Yeah. Hope everyone's having a great day, evening, morning, whatever it is for you. Today is April. Oh, it's April 1st, uh, 2023. And yeah, we're gonna be discussing some stuff that we didn't really get a chance to do last week. So, we have the indictment of Donald Trump, which is awesome. I can't wait to discuss that. And then we had the inquiry of the Nova Scotia mass shooting, and then Biden's official visit here, and then we'll probably touch on the Restrict Act that's being proposed in America right now, which is insane, and some other miscellaneous stuff that I think is important that we should cover. So, yeah, I guess let's just jump into the Donald Trump stuff, man.
How many charges are there?
Will he be wearing handcuffs, Mr. Bragg?
To Alvin Bragg, the New York District Attorney making history with his indictment of Donald Trump, shouted questions. While in Lower Manhattan, where next week Trump will surrender, be fingerprinted, and have his mugshot taken, security has stepped up ever more, bracing for what is expected to be near absolute chaos.
The walkthrough today is to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Court officers, NYPD, and the Secret Service detail that protects Donald Trump still.
With reports now that Trump will face more than 30 fraud-related counts, Trump lawyers laid out the first steps in the counterattack when it all begins Tuesday.
We'll go in there and we'll.
I mean, the entire fact that he's like been indicted and like is going to jail over like something that literally every single like American politician, like, or even just like I would assume just every single like normal fucking North American politician would do to begin with is just really funny to me. Because they all, like, literally all of them do the exact same thing. And the fact that he's getting indicted for this is just compared to like other things that he definitely should have been indicted for is just really funny.
To see a judge at some point, plead not guilty, start talking about filing motions, which we will do immediately.
It all stems from payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 presidential campaign, aimed at masking an alleged affair with Trump. Daniels herself today canceled a talk show appearance, citing security.
The funny thing about Stormy Daniels is like, even like this whole situation surrounding it is really funny, considering that like even though it was like alleged or whatever the fuck, and like Donald Trump was calling her fucking horse face, right? Which is insane, don't get me wrong. And like it just makes things even funnier for him. Like, bro, what? Like, this is the person you wanted to have an affair with, or did, or whatever. I don't really remember off the top of my head. I don't generally tend to follow that stuff too really close. So,
Concerns. Watching all of it unfold, the current president, Joe Biden, who typically chooses not to weigh in on any of it.
I have no comment on that.
Disgrace. Senior Republicans, by contrast,
that's funny.
mostly siding with Trump.
It's the.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, of course they were going to side with Trump regardless, right? Because they know for a fact that he has a gigantic fan base that inevitably, if they don't, like, decide to, like, support him and whatever, they'll, like, they think that they'll lose that support and fan base, right? But yeah, it's just really funny.
Archetypal
So it's like
abuse of the prosecutorial function to.
It's expected that they would side with him.
Meanwhile, from Trump.
Wait, what? Of course it's of course that's political. What? Bro, if they indicted like fucking Biden, that would be political as well.
Trump's home in Florida.
Which I think
the former president is lashing out at the New York judge assigned.
Oh, I saw this, right? This is what I said. This is what I saw. I think this is the one. The judge assigned to me my witch hunt case, a case that has never been charged before, hates me. His name is Juan Manuel Merchan. Was handpicked by Briggs and the prosecutor, and the same person who railroaded my 75-old former CFO, Alan Wissenberg, to take a plea deal. Pled guilty, even if you are not, 90 days. Fight us in court, 10 years, life, in jail. He strong-armed Alan, which a judge is not allowed to do, and treat my companies, which they didn't plead, vigorously appealing. Like, it's so funny. This wasn't the one that I initially saw. It was like all caps and stuff like that. I don't remember what it said exactly, but it was like saying that like the New York City police or the NYPD is like incredibly corrupt and stuff, which, you know, they are. Let's not kid ourselves. But it's really funny though.
Into his case, he hates me, Trump wrote. Not far away, a Trump-branded jet waits on a tarmac, while flag-waving Trump supporters made their view clear.
God, American hogs are
all of
fucking
it.
awesome.
Actually, I think it's helping him. I think he's going to get more votes now because people maybe will wake up and vote for him.
Like, the funny thing is that like this is going to be a win-win for either side, or for both sides, right? Because like libs will get the satisfaction of seeing like his mugshot and then like fucking coom over it, right? And conservatives are gonna love it because that means they can make a fuck ton of merchandise out of it, right? Like, it's a win-win for both sides. And like, I do see like some potential here being like, oh, this is going to help Trump out a little bit or whatever. I mean, I do think that you know, it's it could inevitably help him out and possibly hurt Ron DeSantis, but that will be determined later, I guess. We'll have to wait and see what happens with that.
I hope.
And Paul, no one really knows how the logistics of all of this is going to unfold.
Yeah, that's right. Because again, look, this has never happened before. Look at it this way. You might have heard in the piece a reference to the Secret Service. That's because while Trump is now facing criminal indictment, as a former president, he qualifies for full Secret Service protection for the rest of his life. So there will be agents on hand Tuesday protecting him as an ex-president who now happens to be criminally charged. That unto itself will turn things upside down next week, and for that matter, throughout his coming trial. Nothing in this, Ian, will be normal.
Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
Okay.
All right, turning to New York City now. Former U.S. President Donald Trump is the first president to be indicted with a crime. The CBC's Chris Reyes is on the ground in Manhattan. So, Chris, what's the reaction been there? Just let's start with that.
Well, let's start with a political reaction, Travis. You've got a Democrat Manhattan district attorney spearheading this case. And so Republicans have really been
the demon
critical
rats
of this investigation from the beginning. But with this indictment, they've come out swinging. Former Vice President Mike Pence calling this an outrage. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy saying that this is something that the American people won't stand for. And then really with some very strong words, Majority Leader Steve Scalise calling this indictment one of the clearest examples of extremist Democrats weaponizing government to attack their political opponents. Have a listen to what former...
I mean, the funny thing is, though, right, is that if, you know, they actually do that to, if they actually do that to, like, the Democrats, right, I personally don't care. Like, there's plenty of things that, like, Democratic presidents should be, like, in jail for as well, right? Like, fuck, I think, like, I honestly think, like, a vast majority, if not all, of our political leaders within North America should be in jail. Because, you know, they do fucking illegal shit all the goddamn time.
U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr had to say, as well as Senator Adam Schiff.
It's, you know, it's the archetypal abuse of the prosecutorial function to engage in a political hit job. And it's a disgrace.
The law should apply equally, and you follow the evidence where it leads. The Manhattan grand jury believes it led to Donald Trump and it led to criminal activity. If that's the case, and the Manhattan DA believes they can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, you should be prosecuted like anyone else.
And Travis, that's really what you've been hearing from most Democrats, a much more muted response, really throwing their support behind the legal process and this principle that no one is above the law. Today, reporters pressed President Joe Biden for a reaction, and he declined to comment several times. Now, as for Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who, in fact, the FBI and the police here in New York, they're investigating a death threat against him. He's really stood his ground and fired back.
I mean, like, is that really surprising that he's received death threats, though? Like, that's literally, like, the main thing that the fucking right wing does whenever, like, one of their idiot accomplices is, like, going to jail or indicted or something like that, or even, like, facing scrutiny within, like, in some instances, not even court cases.
Back repeatedly at Republicans. He said in a statement today that you know what can't happen is that what can happen is that anybody will interfere with this process, even though Trump has every right to challenge these charges.
All right, so that is what's happening right now. Let's talk about what's next and how authorities in New York are preparing for any potential demonstrations, Chris.
That's right, Travis. Well, there's been an increased security around this courthouse in Lower Manhattan right behind me for the last 2 weeks, ever since Trump posted on social media a couple weeks ago that he had expected to be arrested last Tuesday. He called on his supporters to protest. Of course, he was not arrested.
Remember what happened last time? Yeah, it's totally not like, you know, there was a failed insurrection or anything.
And his supporters haven't really showed up here. We haven't seen any big crowds here, but today New York City Mayor Eric Adams said that the city is prepared for anything. A memo was sent out to the entire
They're not real
NYPD,
supporters, brother.
Force, telling them to show up this morning in uniform, to be prepared, to be deployed anywhere in the city. But I have to tell you, Travis, even with all of these cameras here, even with barricades surrounding the building, this kind of feels a little bit like the calm before the storm, because it's next week that we expect Trump to show up at this courthouse for his arraignment. And then everything after that really is uncharted territory. You know, we have no details of how he'll surrender. We don't know how he'll come into the city of New York. We don't know how he'll get into the courthouse. Will he walk in? Will he be in handcuffs? Will he be booked? All of those answers.
Oh god, I hope he's in handcuffs. That would be awesome. I would love to see it, man. Like, the amount of, like, memes and stuff like that to come out of it would be so funny.
answers we'll be waiting for. We'll get them next week.
Yeah, will there be a presidential mugshot? All these questions remain.
I mean,
Chris, appreciate it.
they gotta give us the mugshot, right? Like, there's no shot that they don't give us the mugshot. Like, it's going to be great, right?
And all eyes will be on that courthouse next week. That's the CBC's Chris Reyes from Manhattan. And let's dig into this now. For more on this story, I'm joined by Mark McKinnon. He is the co-creator of Showtime's The Circus Inside the Greatest Political Show on Earth and former advisor to President George W. Bush. Brian Stetler is a fellow at Harvard's Kennedy School and former anchor of CNN's Reliable Sources. They join me now. So, gentlemen, thank you for being here. I know that you both have covered the Trump show for some time, and I don't want to diminish this anyway, but it feels like we're at kind of the next season of the Trump reality show here. Brian, let me start with you. Like, what are we in for here when it comes to coverage of this in the coming weeks and months?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. There is both a criminal story here about the president's legal liability, and we don't have much to say about that yet because we have not seen the indictment. We don't know the charges. But then there is a publicity story, an entertainment story, and a campaign story. All of those are wrapped up in the same thing because Donald Trump is trying to take power once again, and he wants to use this to his advantage.
I mean, the funny thing is like, Donald Trump is like a perfectly sound Republican, right? And, you know, the fact that this is like happening at all is just really funny because, like, even if it, you know, even if stuff does come out of it, I'm not even too sure if he wouldn't be able to run again. Because, like, I just foresee him like running again either way, right?
In the most cynical ways possible. He wants people to look beyond the criminal story and focus on the spectacle, focus on the sun. And frankly, he has succeeded in doing that for 2 weeks because he claimed wrongly that he was going to be arrested 10 days ago. So by getting the media machine in overdrive for 2 weeks, he has put all the attention in the United States back on him. That's right where he wants it. But here's the thing. There used to be an attitude that if we're talking about Trump, he's winning, but that's clearly not true anymore. He lost the 2020 election. His favorite
yeah, he lost. Like, the funny thing is that I honestly think if it wasn't due to COVID, I do think that Trump probably would have won again. But like, even though like he was at the heat of his or like the peak of his like out of everything during like 2020, and he lost to a fucking like corpse who was like degrading on stage, was just really funny, and it will never stop being funny.
Candidates mostly lost in 2022. So the idea that all press is good press, that all publicity is good publicity, it is no longer true.
I mean, that is still pretty true, though.
Point, you know, is this
any publicity is usually good publicity. Like, why else do corporations do like guerrilla marketing to get conservatives pissed off? Because that's free publicity, and they know for a fact that those idiots are still gonna go out and buy a new like fucking coffee machine or whatever the fuck. Like, you know, it just doesn't really make sense that you know, it's not good publicity for him.
Become the Republican nominee, and what is the calculation here for Republicans who don't want to alienate his base, but also are perhaps cringing a little bit at this?
Well, Donald Trump's goal is to take it out of the legal frame and put it in a political frame, which he is doing very aggressively. And there's two components to this for Donald Trump. One is politically speaking, and that is that it helps him in the short term. He soaks up all the oxygen on the Republican side because everybody's forced to defend him against what they're calling now, you know, a Democratic political attack, even though they actually, as Brian said, they haven't even seen the charges yet. And so in the short term, it's good for Donald Trump because the base is rallying to support him. But as Brian said, in the long run, it's problematic. I mean, if I'm a political advisor, I do not sit down and say, you know, what we really want to do is have a candidate running as twice impeached, lost the 2020 election and the Senate and the House for the first time in 100 years, and now is running under not just one
I
indictment.
mean, I don't really think that matters though, because like Ron DeSantis is really trying to be like Donald Trump, and like the thing is that like even with all this shit that had happened to Trump, Trump is still very popular amongst Republicans. Like it's it's something that I don't think will ultimately matter.
But theoretically, by next year, he could be running under 4 different indictments. And that's not a recipe for success, generally speaking.
And so I guess for the GOP, I'll put this to you, Mark. Like for the GOP, is there a point in time, or can they pull him and say this is like if they've got Georgia, if they've got New York, if they've got all of these things piling up? I mean, is there a calculation where they say, okay, we're in a MAGA daze here, and he can't be the nominee?
Yeah. Well, I think that you've got a number of candidates waiting in the wings, and they're gonna kind of get through this first blush. They're gonna support Trump, but it could be a sort of what I call the man who would be king scenario, which is as soon as people recognize, and when I say people, I mean MAGA base realizes that Trump is mortal and that he bleeds, he could bleed out quickly, and then at that point you could see a very
Yeah, but he also, don't forget, he also said that you could go on to 5th Street, shoot someone, and people would still vote for him. And what happened? He was right about that. Like, do these people just forget about like the shit that happened in 2020, like at all? Like, he's still got a fuck ton of votes. So like that doesn't really matter.
Wholesale shift and a rush to somebody to replace Trump when they see that he's staggering under the weight of the legal system.
Brian, do you think that the media coverage will change at all when it comes to this? You wrote a book in 2020, Hoax, Donald Trump, Fox News, and the Dangerous Distortion of Truth. Do you think that this is going to be 100% in the spotlight? We're going to be seeing his rallies. We're going to be seeing this 24/7 wall-to-wall, or will the coverage be a little bit more muted, or is that just wishful thinking?
Outside the pro-Trump right-wing media universe, the coverage of Trump is much more muted than it was when he was president. For example,
I mean, it's because it's because he's not president though, dog. Like if he was president, it was yeah, like they would still be talking about him, and like they still do talk about him though, is the thing. But I honestly don't think that it will matter too terribly much though.
Deflating balloon. He's never going to deflate fully. There will always be many Americans who identify with Trump. I was driving home today and there's giant Trump flags, down the road from me. There will always be neighbors that love and support and cherish Donald Trump, but it's slowly deflating. However, this may reinflate the balloon for a short period of time, as Mark said. And in the right-wing media universe, there is absolute allegiance to Trump yet again, even if secretly, deep down inside, leaders like Rupert Murdoch don't want anything to do with Trump. Their stars, the stars on Fox News, for example, are siding with Trump in a legal argument to say this is an unfair selective prosecution. That's their way of being anti-Democrat, even if they're not always pro-Trump, right? So that, I think, is the line we're seeing. In the rest of the media, there is a more muted sort of reaction to Trump, but he is taking up all the oxygen, inflating the balloon again in the way he is treating this spectacle. He wants Tuesday to be a major media event, and it has to be to some
it will be a major media event either way though, so it doesn't really matter.
It has never happened in the U.S. But we should remember that indictments of politicians are quite common, right? That mayors, governors, this is a common state of affairs.
Like, I mean, yeah, sure, it technically does have happen to mayors and governors, but like no one really gives a shit about that. Like the reason why people are giving a shit about this is because, for one, it's the president that has been indicted, and for two, it's Trump. Like they know for a fact that they're gonna get people to click on that, right? Like if not for the thing that the fact that it's a president being indicted. Like the fact that it's Trump is only going to make it it's only going to make them get more clicks.
This is what prosecutors do. They investigate corruption in politics. And so on one level, this is normal. On another level, it's historic. And Trump, for now at least, still has the right-wing media machine at his disposal.
He certainly does. I mean, I want to turn to Biden now. And Mark, like how does he handle this situation if there are demonstrations on the streets? He was asked about this today, and he just did not comment on the Trump situation at all. At what point does he weigh in, or what is the political calculation for him and the Democrats here?
Well, this is what we...
I mean, conservatives and right-wingers are going to complain about it like usual, and liberals are either like not going to give a fuck, or they're going to be like, yeah, okay, sure, he deserves it. Like, that's like, honestly, that's most likely what's all going to happen.
We tell our clients in politics, don't go catch a falling knife, let it fall. The best thing that Biden can do is stay 100% away from it, do his job, keep his head down. This is where, you know, the reason that Biden got elected is because he looked normal. He looked like, you know, he could put a blanket over the chaos. So the chaos is happening again, and they look at Biden. What they want to see is that calm reserve again. And so that's really what he needs to do. He needs to stay away from it. I mean, I think that to the extent they're protests, but the president simply just called for endorses the people's right to do so, but to do so peacefully.
I mean, he's just the status quo, though.
It's, you know, there's no upside for President Biden to be wading into this at all.
Brian, what do you think we'll see on Tuesday? Do you think Trump will want to be, you know, in front of all the cameras, walking into that courthouse? Do you think he'll want the mugshot to be out there? I mean, kind of walk us through what we can expect to see here.
I honestly don't think he would, but the fact, I have a feeling it's going to be released either way, and it's going to be fucking awesome. Like, no one can deny that that's going to be so much fun.
Well, we know this is going to happen, or we expect it to happen Tuesday afternoon, East Coast time. So this is going to be an event that'll be seen live on social media and on TV, and then later for the nightly newscasts and the front pages the next day. We will actually visibly see very little of it, although the mugshot should eventually be released. I am sure that there's a part of Donald Trump that wants to be seen as a martyr here and to use this image, and maybe he'll do a scowling sort of face for the camera, for the mugshot camera. But there's another part of him, and I think this is important to realize.
I hope he does the Trump smile.
Avoid and dodge this moment.
Be really funny.
Decades. There have been investigations after investigations. There have been tax abnormalities, many other questions about Trump's businesses. He has been working hard for many, many years to avoid a moment where he is charged with a crime, a moment where he is arrested.
I mean, isn't that just like every single rich person, though?
Even if he tries to pretend otherwise. And that duality, that tension, I'm really curious to see how it plays out and how it plays out on the world's largest stage. We can suspect that he wants the attention, but there's a part of Donald Trump that is absolutely fearing what's about to happen, remembering there is a prospect of real penalties here as well as in the other investigations that are ongoing. So, I wonder how many people will fall for his show versus recognize the painful and dire moment it is for him, and also potentially for the country, to the point that it's more destabilizing for the U.S. political process.
Mark, last question to you, and I only got about 30 seconds or so. I mean, this is a very different time than 2016. So much has happened. So much will happen next week. Could Donald Trump become the president of the United States again?
I don't think so, Brian. I tell
What?
my Democratic friends that you should pray and hope that Donald Trump is the nominee of the Republican Party, given the fact that Biden is 80 years old and a number of other factors that maybe happen between now and then. He's probably not the strongest Democrat to be running. Nobody.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that it wouldn't really matter, because, like, you know, both Ron DeSantis and Trump are both dog shit. And, like, don't get me wrong, Biden's fucking terrible, too. But, like, I think people are, like, or at least liberals have been getting used to the status quo again, right? Conservatives, really, you don't really know what the fuck they're going to be up to, so they tend to turn on a dime more. They honestly probably have more ADHD than like a polar bear. So
is when they're 80 years old, and so just from a political standpoint, probably any other Republican nominee could beat an 80-year-old Biden, but not a four-time indicted Donald Trump. This is bizarre down here. I can only.
I mean, if anything, that could easily play to his favor. Be like, look at what the Democrats did to me. It was a clear witch hunt. You know, it's his fan base will support him until like they die, essentially.
Imagine what it's like north of the border looking at this.
It's interesting. It is very interesting. Gentlemen, thank you for your time today, and come back again, please.
Stay calm and carry on.
A grand jury voted to indict former U.S. President Donald Trump after months spent investigating his involvement in a series of hush money payments to an adult film star.
He is being raked over the coals for something ridiculous. So we now live in a banana republic, apparently.
The Manhattan District Attorney brought this case forward using Michael Cohen, Trump's former lawyer and fixer, as the star witness. Trump has already announced his 2024 presidential bid and is using his own arrest as a talking point. In a statement calling this indictment a political persecution and election interference.
What?
I'm here because I'm thrilled. I'm celebrating the indictment of Donald J. Trump. Up to this
That
point,
is awesome.
he's been
It's like
Teflon Don.
one like Democrat.
Do you really
Oh,
think
it's
that these
great.
charges are going to go through? Do you really think that they're going to take President Trump out of the running for president because of some old horse face story?
What?
No, I don't believe that for a second.
But like, didn't he really want to like have intercourse with her though? Like, if he's calling Stormy Daniels horseface, like that's just an automatic L for him, right? Like, just fucking own it, my guy.
Trump already knows I love him. I'll give my life for him because he would give his life for us. Because you know how we know? Because he is. He's doing it right now.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
That this great man, our great president, who loves this country and all of us Americans, he loves us. He really does.
Finally, it shows that democracy is finally at its place where it's supposed to be, and knowing that people cannot just riot. Violence is never, ever the response we need.
Oh my god, this one was great. What kind of person can charge another person in this case, a former president of the United States who got more votes than any sitting president in history and leading candidate by far? The funny fact is that Biden literally got more votes than he did. That's the only reason why he's president. For the Republican Party nomination with a crime when it is known by all that no crime has been committed, and also known that potential death and destruction in such a false charge would be catastrophic for our country. Why and who would do such a thing? Only a degenerate psychopath that truly hates the USA.
Great job, America.
I fucking love it, man. It's great.
My personal opinion about Stormy Daniels is 100 times that he was obviously involved in some sort of sexual activity. I think somehow he'll get out of it, though.
Yeah, Trump has Stormy Daniels, and Bush has Hillary for that. So, or not Bush. Rain Man. Bill has Hillary.
You know, he'll either get pardoned or somehow he will manage to run again for president. That's what I think he will try and do.
Of course.
Opinion is
He's been saying that for such a long time.
I think he's a complete criminal. I think he's a wily Machiavellian character, and yeah, I don't. That's my only comment. I think I totally agree, and I think it needs to be banged to rights. He's a despicable man, I think.
На Трампа это политика. Потому что это политика. Потому что я не считаю, что Трамп прям настолько виноват, чтобы что это торжество правосудия, по крайней мере, не меньше Байдена.
I mean, she's right though. He is really no less guilty than Biden. Like, remember, like, all the fucking dog shit bills that Biden voted in favor of, right? As well as I'm sure he's done like some illegal shit too. Like, what politician hasn't? It cause a split, bro. America's already incredibly fucking divided, man.
越来越支持他，不喜欢的人会越来越讨厌他，喜欢他的人会越来越喜欢他，大概就是这样子。其实对他的反应就是会越来越两极分化，但是说真正说有太大的影响，我觉得不会，大概是这样。
With the indictment still under seal, we don't know what the charges are. What we do know is that an arraignment will likely happen sometime next week, where Trump will be fingerprinted and have a mugshot taken.
Bro, I can't wait for that. That's going to be awesome.
New York City, and that live shot will show you a picture of the Manhattan courthouse, where we understand the grand jury has been meeting. That same grand jury has voted to indict former President Donald Trump. I want to bring in CTV's Washington bureau chief, Joy Malbon, who's in D.C. for us. Hey, Joy, thanks for making the time. Tell us what you know.
Look, this is a remarkable moment. It is being reported and very likely true. But to have a former president indicted, I mean, we've never seen anything like this. This all stems from the hush money payment scheme. And there was a suggestion that, you know, on the scale of what Trump has been charged with, from the January 6th election interference to misuse of classified documents, that this was kind of small and insignificant. But the Manhattan grand jury has indicted Donald Trump for these hush money payments. What we don't know is what is in the sealed document. It is under seal, but he is, you know, could be charged for falsifying business records, which could be a felony or a misdemeanor. And Alvin
It'll probably be a misdemeanor at most.
They have to show that Mr. Trump had an intent to defraud, and this all has to do with paying off a porn star, Stormy Daniels. We saw a parade of witnesses, including Michael Cohen, a former fixer who once said he would take a bullet for Donald Trump, testify that Donald Trump.
Imagine taking a bullet for Trump, though, man.
Stormy Daniels. So, was this defrauding,
like, why?
Falsifying business records, or does it get bumped up? We don't exactly know, because of course it is under seal. But the vote to indict is just a remarkable moment in history.
And I want to emphasize, as you did, Joy, that this is the reporting from CNN and New York Times at this point. We haven't independently confirmed it. But if you could help remind our viewers that this was supposed to happen a few weeks ago. The president was himself putting out a note saying, hey, I'm about to get arrested. That day came and went, and then here we are a few weeks later.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump predicted that he would get arrested, and he was telling his legal team that he wants to be handcuffed. He wants people to see this. Now he's.
It's going to be great content. I can't wait.
There will be negotiations
the fact that he wants to be handcuffed and has his mugshot is just, it makes things even better. Because then he could use it as like a catalyst for being like, look at what the demon rats are doing to me.
There'll be a mugshot. He'll be fingerprinted. And if he gets his wish, he wants to be paraded in public because, of course, politically, this is advantageous to him. He has called this political persecution from the get-go. And of course, you know, as some of these more serious charges are out there, this seems less significant, put it that way. But we still really don't know what Alvin Bragg, the district attorney, is going to say. It is interesting to note, though, that Alvin Bragg Bragg, I mean, a lot of people thought that this would be pushed off so a more serious case like the case of the classified documents could be looked at. But Alvin Bragg was threatened. He received death threats and even white powder. I mean, that's how politically charged all of this. But Donald Trump, he does hope to come in person and be fingerprinted, have that mugshot. And of course, this will rile up his supporters. And that's why we saw such a big police presence, a type of circus outside the courthouse, because of the fear, of course, is Donald Trump has been demanding that his supporters protest, to get out there and be angry and kick up a storm should he be arrested. Now it does look like he's going to be indicted for this Stormy Daniels hush money affair.
Joy, I appreciate your insights so much. Thanks very much. I'm sure we'll have you back as soon as there's more details. CTV's Washington Bureau Chief Joy Melvin there. Let's bring back that picture, that live shot of what's happening in New York City so everyone watching can get a glimpse themselves. What you're looking at is in Manhattan, the courthouse in which the grand jury has been meeting. And they have been meeting, as Joy pointed out, for weeks. According to the New York Times and CNN, they have voted to indict former President Donald Trump on charges related to hush money he paid, or his conduit paid, allegedly to a porn star who goes by the name of Stormy Daniels, and the alleged cover-up that ensued. The front bench has been listening to all of this. Sabrina Grover, Melanie Paradis, Kathleen Monk, and Laura Stone are here. I think Joy brings up a great point around what this means politically going forward, because Donald Trump was telling his supporters this was going to happen for a reason, Kathleen.
He was telegraphing it, he was predicting it, and now the question that I have is, how will he weaponize it? Will he weaponize this indictment and try to rally and mobilize his supporters? Will he try
Of course he will try to weaponize it and mobilize his supporters. Like, it didn't take much for them to be mobilized and whatever during January 6th, so of course this will mobilize them. Like, what?
To move. Listen, I was in New York a couple of weeks ago, and they were already bringing out the kind of barricades in the potential case that there were some kind of protest when Mr. Trump was indicted. And it looks like if he is in fact indicted today, we'll have to watch for that. But the question that I'm also watching for is, will Trump weaponize this? How will his supporters react? The other thing I want to look at is, what do the Democrats do? Do they, in fact, just ignore it, downplay it, don't touch it? Or, do they try to say maybe Trump is who they now want to run against him? He's so tainted. He's so damaged by this, being the first president to ever be, post-president to ever have been indicted in this way. Or do they, just try to walk away from it and just stay on those economic issues that we saw Biden pounding away so successfully at just last week when he was here in Ottawa? So I think that's the question. Those are the considerations. Obviously, I think it's a multi-partisan viewpoint to say that we hope that there's not riots or disruptions, of course, that result from this.
That's a great point. And I think also what's so interesting, Sabrina, is remember when Donald Trump was calling for his supporters to come and protest, and there were not many of them, right? Which was really interesting. And I wonder if that's going to be the case this time, or if because it's actually happened,
I think this time will be a little bit more different, because it's something that's seen as very political, right? So it's I imagine that there's going to be a lot more this time around than last time, because only the diehards went last time. Let's be honest with ourselves.
The reaction could be different.
I want to, grab onto a word that Joy said, which is that this is a circus, and it continues to be a circus. And I think one of the things, aside from how the Democrats respond, I'm really interested to see how the Republicans respond. I think that there is a faction of the Republicans that continue to, including McCarthy, continue to hold Donald Trump on a pedestal, and they continue to support his actions. And they're not.
Yeah, bro, they've literally even twisted Ron DeSantis's arm in supporting Trump in this instance. The Republicans are going to be supporting Trump fucking crazy.
Saying that this is not okay. I didn't hear any Republicans say anything about the call to protest, the call to arms that Donald Trump put out last week. So this, I think, is, with every passing moment, it's really a question on where does the backbone lie in the Republican Party, and at what point are they going to say that enough is enough?
Republicans
and
having
is it going to
backbone.
take another act of violence for that to happen?
I just want to
wish
let
they
you
would
know
find that
if
What?
you are. Yeah, go ahead, Melanie. I just want to quickly say that we just had some news on the wires that Donald Trump's lawyer says that she has been informed of the vote to indict, but is not sure when he will surrender. Of course, the reports coming out of the U.S. that the grand jury in Manhattan has voted to indict former President Donald Trump. Melanie, go for it.
Well, I can answer the question as to when. He'll surrender when there's a lot of photographers ready on standby for him to surrender in front of. I mean, we saw those ridiculous AI photos that people thought were real for a hot minute, and then realized they were computer generated images of him being arrested. This will absolutely
Really funny,
be a
though.
circus. To answer the smart questions that Kathleen raised, he will absolutely weaponize this. I don't know. The real question is, will it work? Right?
It very well easily could work.
Democrats ignore this.
We'll just have to see to what degree it will work. Tells the thing.
Nothing. I know that politically it's incredibly difficult to not take the bait on something like this, but Trump is going to use this for everything that's left in it. He's going to use this for his last chance to take the party back over again. And I hope that the Republican Party finds their backbone again, because they've lost it.
What?
I mean, I think that
Bro, conservatives are wild.
Really, this is all about to what degree
they've essentially found it, or they have it, right? They're just not focusing it on Trump.
Coalescing around him,
right?
And what does it mean for the greater kind of political context in the United States? What are you watching for this evening, Laura?
Well, absolutely. I don't think anyone's going to ignore this. I don't think we're going to see, Republicans or Democrats sort of step back and hold their tongue. I don't think that's really possible in such an extraordinary circumstance like this. I mean, look, we all saw what happened on January 6th, and we don't want something like that to happen again. So I echo the remarks from my colleagues of I'm watching to see who comes out, if there's violence and kind of the results of this, or as you mentioned, Vashi, has the moment passed? But this is obviously remarkable, and we know that there are still people out there who fervently support Donald Trump, and how they react to that, everyday Americans, is going to be fascinating to watch.
Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks so much to our front bench for joining us during this breaking news and also our previous discussion. Laura Stone, Melanie Paradis, Sabrina Grover, and Kathleen Monk. If you are just looking at the screen right now, you will see a live shot in Manhattan over the courthouse where a grand jury has been convening for a number of weeks, examining evidence.
Let's just move on. Manhattan's grand jury on Thursday voted to indict Donald Trump on charges involving payments made during the 2016 presidential campaign to silence claims of two extramarital sexual encounters, the first criminal case ever against a former U.S. president, and a jolt to Trump's bid to retake the White House in 2024. I mean, the presidential campaign shit, like it's not like literally every single person who does like presidential campaign shit does that, or like uses it improperly, right? Spokesperson for Manhattan's District Attorney's Office confirmed the indictment. The District Attorney's Office issued a statement saying a date for the realignment has not been selected. Donald Trump was asked to surrender on Friday, but his lawyers said the Secret Service needed additional time to make security preparations. Two people familiar with the matter told the Associated Press. The people who couldn't publicly discuss security details said Trump is expected to surrender early next week. District Attorney Elvin Bragg left his office Thursday evening without commenting. The specific charges are not yet known, as the indictment remains under seal, but two people familiar with the matter told the Associated Press on Friday that Trump is facing multiple charges of falsifying business records, including at least one felony offense. The sources requested anonymity to discuss details and that aren't yet public. I mean, like, honestly, that stuff is like not surprising at all. Like the falsifying business records, like, it's not surprising. Prosecutors in New York investigated money paid to adult film performer and director Stormy Daniels and ex-Playboy model Karen McDougal to keep both women from going public with their claims that they had sexual encounters with Trump before he became president. Trump, a Republican who's running for the White House again in 2024, called the decision to indict him political prosecution and election interference at the highest level in a lengthy statement released minutes after the indictment was announced. Trump called it a step in a campaign from the left to destroy the Make America Great Again movement. Yeah, okay, sure. The Democrats have lied, cheated, and stolen in their obsession with trying to get Trump, but now they've done the unthinkable, indicting a completely innocent person in an act of blatant election interference, he said. Yeah, okay. Okay, sure. Trump accused Braggs of doing the dirty work of U.S. President Joe Biden and ignoring the murders and burglaries and assaults he should be focused on. Alina Habba, a lawyer for Trump, said the former president is a victim of a corrupt and distorted version of the American justice system and history. He will be vindicated. Yeah, sure, if you say so. I mean, it's just more funny than anything. In a statement confirming the charges, defense lawyer Susan Nicholas and Joseph Takopnia said Trump did not commit any crime. We will vigorously fight this political prosecution in court. Trump's former lawyer Rudy Giuliani said on Twitter that Bragg has made irresponsible and politically motivated efforts to take Trump down, calling it a sad day for America. The indictment is an extraordinary development after years of investigations into Trump's businesses, political, and personal dealings. It is likely to galvanize critics who say he lied and cheated his way to the top and emboldened supporters to feel the Republican is being unfairly targeted by Democrat prosecutor. For any New York defendant, answering criminal charges means being fingerprinted and photographed and spending some time being detained. But there's no playbook for booking an ex-president with Secret Service protection. In bringing the charges, Bragg is embracing an unusual case that had been investigated by two previous sets of prosecutors, both of which declined to take the politically explosive step of seeking Trump's indictment. In the weeks leading up to the indictment, Trump railed about the investigation on social media and urged supporters to protest on his behalf, prompting tighter security around the Manhattan criminal courthouse. Trump faces other potential legal perils as he seeks to reassert the control of the Republican Party and stave off a slew one-time allies who are seeking or are likely to oppose him for the presidential nomination. The district attorney in Atlanta has for 2 years been investigating efforts by Trump and his allies to meddle in Georgia's 2020 vote count, and the U.S. District Department's special counsel is investigating Trump's shortage of classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida and his efforts to reverse his election loss. All right, let's move on to the Nova Scotia mass shooting stuff.
Hi there, I'm Rosemary Barton. Here's what's at issue this week. 3 years after 22 people were killed across Nova Scotia, an inquiry into the mass shooting has condemned the RCMP's response.
Among our recommendations, we are calling for major changes.
We are going to be watching the full snippet of this.
RCMP oversight, processes, and culture.
The RCMP was criticized for its lack of preparation and lack of communication. The commission called for a major overhaul of the force. The RCMP apologized to the people of Nova Scotia, but had not read the report and could not respond in detail to the recommendations.
Classic cops.
The RCMP is fully committed to rebuilding the trust and confidence of Nova Scotians. As part of these efforts, we must ensure that the vital work of the commission will last a lasting impact on public safety.
Meanwhile, Public Safety Minister Marco Mendicino vowed to hold the RCMP to account.
And my job as the Minister of Public Safety is to hold the RCMP and law enforcement to account.
Wait, what? Holding law enforcement to account? That's a first.
To ensure that we make the reforms that are necessary.
So what's to be made of
I'll honestly believe it when I see it, to be honest.
Or could be made in light of this to the RCMP. Let's bring in at issue Chantal Hébert, Althea Raj, this week. Aaron Wary, good to see everybody for a third time, some of you this week, so thanks for doing this. Chantal, I'll start with you. There are 130 recommendations, I believe, and more than half of them are about policing, the RCMP, policing culture. It also seems to me that we've heard some of these same recommendations before. What did you make of what the commission had to say about the RCMP's response and some of their problems that they identified?
What they had to say about the RC response to previous incidents and to this tragedy.
Like, I'm not really too sure what's going to be in the inquiry, but
to figure out where it went wrong and
we'll have to see what the recommendations are. I'm not too sure what they are right now. So
leadership, the commissioner who resigned understandably just a few weeks ago.
The inquiry is a fairly recent development, so
she would be tonight out of a job in any event. The opportunity for the government here is to appoint someone with a clear mandate to make fairly systematic changes. And that,
I mean, we already know that's not going to happen.
The government has
right?
to decide whether it still believes those
Because
changes
like literally no one wants to make the like systematic, like any systematic changes, right? Because if we actually make like systemic change within like the RCMP, it will be drastically different. But like, especially when it comes to like, say, poor communities, black and brown communities, indigenous communities, you know, etc. Like, you know, that it would just be way different, right? Which I think would be a good thing for sure. But I just honestly don't see it happening. Because, you know, there's still a lot of reasons to over police these areas, right? Like, there's a lot of incentive for them to do so. Like, there's so much that they would have to do systemically that I don't honestly think that the fucking liberals are gonna do. So
can be done from the inside rather than go for a larger overhaul of the RCMP.
One of the recommendations was for the public safety minister to commission an independent review of the RCMP. Is there enough here, Althea, that there would be a political will to do that and to actually make some significant changes to the RCMP?
If they wanted to do it, the Commission's inquiry report absolutely gives them the ammunition to do it. But it was notable that Marco Mendicino would not commit to that. In fact, my takeaway, well, first of all, I think we need to remind the viewers that the federal government and the provincial government did not want to do this inquiry. They were dragged into it, frankly, by the families of the victims.
I mean, yeah, why would they want to like do it? Because it just makes them look bad, right? For a lot of the systemic a lot of the systemic failures that law enforcement faces, right? Like, you know, going out of their jurisdiction in order to police poor areas, you know, fucking lying about, you know, not receiving reports or whatever the fuck. You know, there's a lot to it that will make the federal and provincial government look incredibly fucking bad, right? And, you know, we'll figure out what the inquiry found.
Forced them after they had announced a review that was unsatisfactory, that would likely lead to very few questions answered publicly, to have this commission. So thank you to the families of the victims who had to fight to get this. Instead of hearing the RCMP and the public safety minister say, you know, thank you to the commissioners for this advice, and we know that this advice has been given to us for more than 2 decades, we will finally act. We did not hear that. Instead, we heard the interim head of the RCMP acknowledge that he had, or the Mounties had received the report yesterday, and he had not taken the time to read the recommendation. Like, what else, Commissioner Zam, did you have to do yesterday that prevented you from looking at the recommendations for the worst mass murder in Canadian history? I find it mind-boggling. And that the public safety minister would come out essentially...
I mean, it's because he doesn't fucking give a shit. That's why. Like, you know, all fucking cops are essentially just playing dress up. Like, that's all that they're doing. They're too mentally unstable to fucking join the armed forces, so they end up becoming fucking cops where they can kill as many fucking brown people as they want, or arrest them and throw them in jail. Like, that's literally what they do. Like, I'm not surprised that, you know, the fucking commissioner didn't read it. I'd be more surprised if he did. Like, we've seen his corruption before.
Acting as a defender for the RCMP? Like, I am not convinced that changes can be brought with this public safety minister, and frankly, obviously not with this commissioner either.
Aaron, what do you make of what it says about the state of the RCMP?
Well, it doesn't say much good. You know, there's an overall kind of overarching finding at one point that says, you know, there are major changes that need to happen to RCMP culture, about how decisions are made, about admitting fault, admitting mistakes. I mean, that's sort of root and branch stuff.
That won't happen.
I think you know, to Althea's point,
Like the fact that, you know, people actually think that the RCMP culture will change is silly. Like, it's a silly one. It's not going to happen. Because, you know, we don't fucking vet as well as we should, if at all. Like, a lot of fucking psychos end up joining fucking a lot of those forces, right? So it's not unsurprising.
It does put a lot of pressure on the government to get the next RCMP commissioner right, but I think it's twofold. One is to make sure that you've got an RCMP commissioner who can make the internal changes. But to Althea's point, it also, you know, would behoove the government, I think, to find an RCMP commissioner who can represent this police force and that organization publicly in a way that builds confidence and trust, and that shows openness and a willingness to engage with serious concerns about how that force is being run. I think that, you know, as much as there are internal problems clearly with the RCMP, I think it has really suffered under this interim commissioner today and over the previous commissioner with just a lack of a public presence that can speak, you know, straightforwardly to what's going on and sort of account for what's going on in that organization.
Well, to Althea's point, Chantal, one of the things the report says is that the RCMP did a terrible job at communicating in the moment of the tragedy and after. And then to see...
Is anyone really surprised by that, though?
...communicate much about the report, to me, seemed curious. I guess he hadn't read the recommendations, but it's hard to understand if the RCMP is able to learn lessons given that.
Nope.
I think it's clear that the interim commissioner will not see the word interim taken off his title to take on the job permanently. I think the RCMP knew that this report was going to be devastating. And I also think that, like the government initially, it never wanted this commission to report. So whoever takes on that job is going to, have to learn to communicate, but also we'll have to find allies from the inside. And I think that's going to be the biggest question. It's one thing to appoint someone with a clear mandate to clean house, but that can't happen unless you've got allies inside. People.
If we were to properly clean house within the RCMP, there would probably be like 2 people left. Like, every single fucking RCMP individual is like complete and utter dog shit. Like, all the fucking higher ranks would be like gone, because, like, you know, I'm sure that the inquiry will find like a fuck ton of things, right?
People who trust you. At this point, there is no public trust and no government trust in the RCMP. But it's not clear that the people inside the RCMP will be able to trust anyone who is appointed to make changes. So this is not something that will be resolved overnight or by a ministerial statement in the House of Commons.
Because Althea, the changes recommended are not just about communications, they're not just about how they do their job, they're everything from accepting responsibility to training at the depot. Like, everything is on the table when it comes to...
I mean, the training that they get is pretty fucking
the Mounties may not end
terrible, to be honest with you.
That we see today. No, they are sweeping recommendations. And when you read this report, and I haven't read all of it, but from what I have read and the recommendations I have gone through and the facts, just the findings of fact, it is so unbelievable that you could have a police force that seems to fail at every turn, that is unwilling to listen.
Is it unbelievable, though? Like, that, if anything, it's more... I would not believe it if, you know, they actually had a functioning or if we actually had a fucking functioning police force that actually did what it's supposed to do, right? Like, that would be more surprising to me than, like, whatever the inquiry finds, right? It's so silly. Because, like, we know there's fucking corruption within the RCMP. We've known for such a long time. Literally fucking no one trusts the RCMP unless you're a fucking, like, white supremacist or, you know, believe that, you know, the RCMP is, like, seen as a force for good, which, yeah, okay, sure. It's just, you know, I just don't see it happening, right?
To the people that it serves, that structures are not in place. Like, it's so sad to read this and to
Like,
think.
and like, that's not even getting into the discussion of, like, how many RCMP individuals, like, will say, like, murder someone in, like, fucking cold blood, and then, like, be put on, like, leave, and then when, you know, the news cycle forgets about the you know, whatever the fuck they did, inevitably, you know, they'll end up coming back. Like, it happens all the goddamn time, right?
That the response that we have received is what we got today. It doesn't reflect, you know, we're in this point of crisis. We talk about public trust almost every week on this program. We talk about government secrecy, about secrecy in other offices. And here is a chance to rectify the course. And I agree with Chantal. It is going to be immensely difficult. Like, I think we have said that about every RCMP commissioner, frankly, at least in the 12 years I've been on this program. But I think this is a pathway for change that the commissioners are giving the Mounties, if they are willing to accept it. And the response today, and I guess this is why I'm so flabbergasted and shocked and still emotional about it, it just did not meet the moment.
Chantal and then Erin.
I was listening to us and I was thinking back, did we not have these panels about the armed forces?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of similarities between the fucking armed forces and the RCMP. Like, they're essentially the fucking same, right? So, like, it's unsurprising that they sound so similar. Like, you know, I'm honestly not even surprised. So it's more foreseen that, you know, this is going to happen, rather than and like have it be fairly similar to, like, the armed forces, right?
All of those things do take time, but I'm with Althea on today's reaction, because the message it sends is that if there is a will for change, it is not in the upper echelons of the RCMP, as it was not just 6 months ago in the upper echelons of the armed forces. And while some of the things I read today, sending warnings on Twitter in a rural area where the internet is not everywhere and where people don't live on Twitter, they're not like us who are addicted, it boggles your mind.
Like, literally, anyone who's, like, on Twitter, like, including myself, like, you're either gonna have, like, some form of mental illness, or you're just too addicted to it and just can't stop. It's like one of the two. Like, if not, I think everyone has, like, some form of mental illness that still uses Twitter, or just uses Twitter in general, right? Myself included.
Even the small things were done poorly.
Yeah.
But the report shows that it's not just the small things. It starts at the top and it permeates every operation. And that's why the Commission, up to a point, overstepped its mandate, in the sense that they were studying a specific situation, but they have come out with a report that covers the entirety of Canada.
Erin.
I would say, in addition to the RCMP changes, it's interesting to see the gun control measures that this report lays out. If you'd asked me yesterday, I would have said this government had no way forward on gun control after the last attempt ended so badly. I think this report maybe gives them a way to move forward on some further measures on gun control. I would say, though, on the RCMP and on gun control...
I mean, like, the thing is that, like, we don't really do... Like, we think that the gun control that we have now is, like, serviceable enough. Like, even I think it's pretty serviceable. Because for the most part, like, you know, if it's a registered gun within Canada, we would know exactly everything about it, right? But for the most part, like, when it comes to, like, all these mass shootings and everything, a lot of the weapons that are used in those mass shootings come across from the border, right? Like, we've known about this for a while, and we just don't fucking do anything about it. Like, we don't take any fucking measures in order to restrict guns coming across from the American border into here. And it's just like, and then we're surprised when we inevitably have a mass shooting by some fucking right-wing lunatic.
On everything writ large, you know, we look at the United States and Canada and say, you know, we're flabbergasted by the fact that they have shootings and massacres and nothing changes. And I think this is one of those moments where you have to hope that that Canadian officials, the federal government and the RCMP can actually move forward and make some changes here, because that's what seems to be so sorely lacking in our American neighbor.
Just maybe 20 seconds.
I mean, yeah, but, like, is that really surprising, though?
Althea.
Yep, no, I agree with Aaron. I think it's a really good point. Again, I think maybe new leadership would be helpful on that front. But absolutely, it gives the government an in to do actually what I think it wants to do.
Chantal, last word.
Well, you don't even need to suspect it wants to do it, because it reflects the amendments that they had put forward last fall that they had to withdraw. So on balance, that section of the report was possibly good news for the government, although I'm not convinced that there is a lot of political will at this juncture to re-enter the gun control fray.
Well, I mean, yeah, especially with, like, the fucking failing that was, like, their last piece of legislation that was criticized by both the Conservatives and the NDP. Like, and like, rightfully so. I think it was just fucking insane on some of the shit that they were trying to push in the bill.
I have his Marines in there with me, so he's with me at all times.
Charlene Bagley keeps her father close. Tom Bagley was killed in the mass shooting while trying to save his neighbors. She's optimistic about the commission's findings.
It looks good on paper.
The report is more than 3,000
Damn, bro, that's a thought and a half.
It takes greatest aim at the RCMP, denouncing the force.
Politicians won't solve the problem because it is what they to campaign on. I mean, absolutely. Like, it's the same shit with wedge issues. Though I will say, though, that, like, after the inquiry into the Emergencies Act, I do think that there is some potential for change. Not much, but, like, some. But it will ultimately determine what actually is fucking found within, like, the inquiry of the Nova Scotia mass shooting. Like, we already know that there's going to be, like, a fuck ton of rampant corruption.
Force for not warning Nova Scotians in a timely manner, depriving them of potentially life-saving information, while a man in an exact replica RCMP cruiser terrorized their communities. The force also didn't follow multiple policies already recommended from previous tragedies, like the Moncton shooting that killed 3 Mounties, and the Parliament Hill shooting, both in 2014. Overall, the commission found the force lacked preparation, communication, leadership, and training. The mandate was not to lay blame.
However,
what?
We do not shy away from declaring hard truths and accountability.
You've certainly outlined a number of inadequacies, but
like,
can you
why not,
answer
though?
this question directly for Canadians? Did the RCMP fail the public on April 18th and 19th, 2020?
Yes.
I can say
They 100% did.
Officer Campbell.
I apologize for failing.
Last year, Chief Superintendent Darren Campbell testified before the commission, one of the only RCMP members to apologize.
I know our RCMP employees worked to the best of their abilities and did everything they could with the training and equipment they were provided.
Commissioner, you said that you're sorry for the families.
Bro, that's like saying the Uvalde fucking police did what they could when they, you know, that mass shooting was happening. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I totally believe that.
But are you sorry for the mistakes your officers made?
I am terribly sorry for the pain and suffering that the families went through.
Duhem said repeatedly he hasn't read the report.
I just haven't gone through the recommendations just yet.
More than half of the
Not
recommendations
surprising.
relate to the RCMP. They include calls for major changes to how the force operates and an independent review. Commissioners also want to get rid of the RCMP training depot in Regina, replacing it with a 3-year degree and training.
Uvalde were cowards and basically aided the shooter. I mean, yeah, I did coverage of it. It was fucking disgusting. Like, it was really egregious that fucking happened to begin with. and it's also like not like, you know, there was like huge red flags that shit was gonna happen as well. Like, the cops know about these fucking people that end up going on fucking mass murder sprees. They just don't do anything about it.
Facilities across the country.
He wouldn't want us hurting. He'd want us happy.
Bagley says her father would be happy this chapter is over.
In the meantime, I'm just not giving up, and he knows that.
Multiple families today calling on governments to implement these recommendations so their losses can lead to meaningful change.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they did.
And Kayla, to that point, what happens next?
Well, these are recommendations, so it will be up to the federal and provincial governments to actually make these changes. One of the recommendations is that the governments actually create an implementation committee within the next 2 months so that there's some way to monitor what's being done and when. And Ian, the commission further recommends that that committee provide public updates every 3 months.
Thanks,
remember when they said the exact same thing about the armed forces and like that didn't happen? Like, yeah, that was fucking cool. Real stupid when regular parents wanted to go into the yeah, I do agree with that. It was fucking stupid because like they saw the cops just standing around doing nothing, right? And they're like, well, if you guys are gonna fucking do anything, well, at least let me try and fucking do something. Like, it was disgusting and infuriating.
Gender-based violence is a red flag for many of these mass casualty events, not just in Canada, but actually around the world.
He was a child who saw his father beat his mother and grew up to become a man who would replicate the same patterns of violent behavior. The motivations of the Nova Scotia shooter may never be fully understood, but the Mass Casualty Commission's final report makes it clear this was a man who learned to use violence to get what he wanted, especially from women.
Well, coercive control is a term that really speaks to a pattern of abuse that can happen that's not necessarily physical, but absolutely can have many different manifestations. It can be things like name calling and long-term feeling, making somebody feel like they are manipulated and gaslighted and controlled and don't have the space to live their own life.
The third volume of the Mass Casualty Commission report focuses on the shooter's history and how he used threats of violence and coercion to control women. That included his partner, Lisa Banfield. Her family told the commission she became ever more isolated, ever
Is he an
more
ex-cop?
dependent on him,
I wonder.
even
I
as he
genuinely
became physically violent.
like. I don't really remember like when this shooting first happened, but sounds like he's an ex-cop. Honestly, it's like if he's pulling that shit, like there's no shot that he's not, right?
One of his neighbors even called police to report he had assaulted his partner and telling Mounties that he had guns in the home. But the responding officer denied that's how it happened.
But even if everything was going well, the way it should on a policing side, we have to remember that police, prosecution, and prison is...
Other than the government doing their jobs, what do you think would help stop mass shootings? Well, in America, it definitely would be like stricter gun regulation for sure. But here in Canada, I honestly think that like you know, finding better ways to try to trace the source of, like, say, ghost guns, and those who are like smuggling firearms from America into here would probably be a step in the right direction. I don't think it will solve everything, but I honestly don't fucking see that happening. Because, like, even with like small reforms to like any form of like firearm regulation, like the conservatives just chirp about it, and then it doesn't get fucking passed.
Very thin when it comes to addressing gender-based violence. Most people never report gender-based violence to authorities. They don't feel safe enough to report.
The commission also learned the shooter exploited vulnerable women, those afraid to speak out. But the women would talk to Avalon Sexual Assault Center.
The information they provided really highlighted how long this was going on and how the perpetrator really exploited individuals from marginalized and racialized communities, and was doing that for a very, very long time.
Those women told Avalon the shooter was a household name among Black Nova Scotians, known for decades as an exploiter of racialized women, the kind of man who would provide dental services, then demand sex when the women couldn't pay. Avalon's Christina Fifield says it's not surprising these women didn't think anybody would listen.
That's happening far too often. That's been my whole experience.
That is fucking wild. The fuck? Jesus.
In the gender-based violence sector for the last, 14 years, and it's happening. It's happening today.
In Ottawa, Shaoli Lee, City News.
Christ, that's so fucked. All right, let's move on to the inquiry itself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Walasi. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. We thank Elder Marlene Companion from the Hullabu Mi'kmaq First Nation for joining us throughout our work and for coming this morning to smudge our space. I am Michael McDonald, Commissioner of the Mass Casualty Commission, and I'm honored to be here once again with my fellow commissioners, Leanne Fitch and Dr.
From America, there are a lot of issues trying to regulate guns. In regards to the guns going over the border, I don't actually think they will ever be able to control that. Too many outside parties shaking hands. Oh, for sure. I understand that, you know, that like the guns going across the border is definitely going to be a struggle, but like whenever like even like the thought of that comes up, you get so much fucking pushback from like conservatives. It's just wild. Like they say that, you know, there needs to be something about like the done about the mass shootings, but when it actually comes down to like proposals that like even like make sense, right? Like say banning the use of like say 3D printers to print firearms and like arrest people who are knowingly doing that is just, and you know, we don't fucking do anything about it, is just ridiculous.
Dr. Kim Stanton. Welcome to the family members, participants and council, emergency responders, leaders, policymakers, community groups, media, commission team members, and members of the public, both here in the room and taking part in the live stream. For those of you who are in this space for the first time, I want to share with you that typically we have tables here for our proceedings, and family members would sit at those tables day in, day out together, supporting each other, looking out for each other. And it's different today, not seeing those tables. In a way, I miss those tables because You were such a great inspiration to us with your courage, steadfastness, and how you looked out for each other.
Bro, he's really trying to ham up like
Thank you.
the feels. Like I understand like it's like really serious,
We
but
are
like
also
he's just
pleased
trying
to
to
be
get like
joined by
petty
Prime
points.
Minister Justin Trudeau, Premier Tim Houston, Public Safety Minister Marco Mendicino, and Federal Minister Sean Fraser. Thank you for being here. It is so important that you are here. Our recommendations call for transformative change. They call for collaboration. They call for leadership. They call for you to champion these recommendations so that our communities in Nova Scotia and Canada will be safer. Today we are here to share our final report with you so that together all Canadians can continue the work of making our communities safer for everyone. Bienvenue tout le monde. Je suis le commissaire Michael McDonald, président de la Commission des pertes massifs, et je suis honoré d'être accompagné de mes collègues Leanne Fitch et Kim Stanton. Nous sommes ici aujourd'hui pour vous annoncer la publication de notre rapport final, afin qu'ensemble, tous les Canadiens puissent continuer de rendre nos collectivités plus sûres pour tous. In April 2020, in the first weeks of the COVID-19 pandemic, the most lethal mass shooting in Canadian civilian history unfolded over 13 terrible hours here in Nova Scotia, my home province. During this time, a perpetrator shot and killed 22 people, one of whom was expecting a child. Many more people were harmed and affected across Canada, the United States, and beyond. The Commission's work was grounded in the memories of those whose lives were taken and all those affected. We paused to remember them each and every day during our public proceedings and carried their names with us while we worked. We asked family members if they would like to commemorate their loved ones in their own words and images, and have included what they shared in our final report. But we would like to pause now to honor the memories of the lives taken with a video. Following the video, we ask you to join us in a moment of silent reflection.
God, he's so fucking boring. His cadence is... My understanding, 3D printed guns are not much of guns being used in shootings. At least in America, most of them are legally bought. Yeah, I'm not really too sure. I know for a fact that a lot of the firearms that are used in mass shootings here are usually come across the border, because fortunately we have fairly good, at least I think it's fairly decent gun regulation. So like, you know, if firearm is used here, you know, we'll know exactly where it came from, who it belongs to, you know, Sarah, but most of it's illegally here. But like the 3D printed guns are getting better. We have seen some instances where that's the case, that they have been used, right? Shot. Okay, sure, that's... Yeah, that's not surprising. Just wild to me that, you know, 22 people, like, I still can't get over the fact that 22 people actually died from this. like that's American numbers, which is still way too high even in America. Like, wait, what? Jesus. Do you think if there will be... do you think if there were more Canadian police, it would help with the response time? Didn't the shooter take them a long time to catch the shooter? I don't really think so. I don't think that having more police in that instance would have really helped. Because it's not like they didn't know about this individual, right? Like, they knew about the shooter, they just didn't do anything about it. Like, they completely ignored the red flags. That's just what cops fucking do. Like, it's just the usual thing. They're too busy beating the shit out of fucking brown people to actually give a shit about that.
On behalf of all Canadians, the federal...
True, it's funny. That's not funny. That when people want their to live their daily lives, that they will go after them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, true.
In the future. You will recall that the Commission's mandate was broad in scope.
And I mean, it's not like, you know, the police are part of the communities anyways. Like, if they were actually part of the communities, they would know who to keep an eye on, right? And prevent that from happening.
Taken to inform and engage victims, families, and affected citizens. We were also required to consider related issues, including gender-based and intimate partner violence, public communications and alerting, the perpetrator's prior interactions with police and social services, communications between law enforcement agencies, access to firearms, the relevant police actions, policies, procedures, and training. This mandate was extensive, but it also showed the existing understanding of both levels of government that the mass casualty was not an isolated incident.
Also something
but
you
the
didn't want to
product
do.
of a complex web of context, causes, and circumstances. After 2.5 years of independent, comprehensive, and collaborative investigation into every aspect of our broad mandate, today we share with you the culmination of our work. Turning the Tide Together, the final report of the Mass Casualty Commission, provides a thorough account of what happened and the causes, context, and circumstances that gave rise to the mass casualty. Our 7-volume report, including 130 recommendations, is now available on the Commission's website. Among our recommendations, we are calling for major changes to RCMP oversight, processes, and culture. A process to rethink the structure of policing in Nova Scotia, a national review of public alerting, greater focus on addressing and preventing the root causes of violence in our communities, including gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and family violence.
I will believe that when I actually see it.
Expanded and more collaborative model to ensure community safety and well-being. As we have said before, the role of a public inquiry is not to assign blame, but to investigate what happened, study contributing factors, and provide meaningful recommendations for change. Our focus and findings are on how institutional structure and systemic factors shaped or were reflected in the actions of individuals. However, we do not shy away from declaring hard truths and accountability. We identify them precisely so we can learn from them and do better.
Yeah, okay.
Our findings and recommendations relate specifically to the critical incident response by police and the role of public safety partners, health and victim service providers, and communities. Crucially, we consider the broader root causes of violence, how such violence can be prevented, and how we can all help to improve community safety and well-being. We have called this report Turning the Tide Together because we know that it will take all of us across our country, working together to tackle the significant challenges to turn the tide on underlying causes of violence in our communities. Ce rapport, Redresser la barre ensemble, demande que nous travaillions tous ensemble pour relever les défis et les causes fondamentales de la violence dans nos collectivités. Commissioner Stanton will now share more on the structure of our final report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Welasi. The report is a culmination of everything we've heard and learned, and builds on information and insights gathered from multiple sources and many people. This included gathering and reviewing tens of thousands of documents, interviews with over 230 people, input from 61 participants, hearing from 60 witnesses during public proceedings, learning from 22 commissioned reports, hearing from more than 100 experts during 20 roundtables and other discussions, preparing an environmental scan, including over 2,000 relevant recommendations from previous inquiries and reports, and hearing from over 1,000 members of the public. In accordance with
The thing
mandate,
is
we
I
organized
actually,
our work
I
into
don't
3
think any of
overlapping
this is
phases.
actually going to happen.
In phase 1, we focused on gathering
Like,
the facts, establishing what happened.
at
leading
most
up
they'll
to,
do like the
during,
bare
and after
fucking
the mass
minimum,
casualty.
right?
Next, we
I
examined
don't
the
see
causes, context, and
like there actually
circumstances
being any
of the
meaningful
mass
change from
casualty
this,
in order to answer the questions
unfortunately.
about how and why it occurred, and to understand the facts in the broader context. Finally, we looked forward and focused on what lessons we'd learned and how best to make a difference in the future. Dans la phase finale de notre travail, nous nous sommes concentrés sur la meilleure façon de changer les choses à l'avenir. In addition to this phased approach, we organized the Commission's work around 3 main themes or pillars focused on violence, community, and policing. This helped to connect the dots between specific facts, issues, contexts, causes, and circumstances. The final report follows a similar structure. Volume 1 begins with a commemoration of the lives taken and the ripple effect the mass casualty had in our communities. This volume explains how this impact situates the context and purpose of the Commission's work. Volume 2 is about what happened. It sets out the Commission's main findings on what happened immediately before, during, and in the aftermath of the mass casualty. While we encourage you to read Volume 2 in its entirety, we have included a condensed overview of what happened in the executive summary. Establishing what happened and providing as much clarity as possible about the timing of how the mass casualty unfolded was very important to us and to many of you here. In addition to Volume 2, an interactive timeline is available on the Commission's website, along with an instructional video and guidance. Having set out what happened in Volume 2, we use those main findings in subsequent volumes as we focus on how and why things happened as they did. Volume
I mean, we
3
know how and
shines a
why
light on the
everything
root
happened,
causes
but,
of
you know,
violence in
there
our
was just a
communities
lack
and
of
how they can be
like any
prevented.
fucking responsibility
Volume 4
for
sets
what
out how a
happened,
broad community-wide
as
approach
well
to
as
public
like
safety
a lack
helped to
or
address
and then like,
causes
you
of
know,
violence
inaction that could have easily been fucking
In Volume
taken
5,
care of if
we
they
bring
actually
forward
would have
ways
done
to
it,
rethink policing
right?
in Canada as part of an expanded community safety approach. In Volume 6, we consider how best to implement the many recommendations we've made in the final report, ensuring that actions are taken and sustained. Finally, in Volume 7, we describe the various processes involved in leading and designing the Commission in order to be of assistance to future inquiries. Commissioner Fitch will now share more about our approach to findings and recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Stanton, and good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. As expected, the final report includes many findings and recommendations. These are woven throughout the report in context and also included as a complete list in the executive summary. Our recommendations are designed with 2 objectives in mind. 1, how can we prevent violence from happening in the first place? And second, when violence does occur, how can we ensure we have an effective approach and, when need be, an effective critical incident response? Achieving these objectives will reduce the likelihood of mass casualty incidents and minimize the lethality of critical incidences. Together, we can substantially decrease the threat and impact of violence, including mass violence.
I mean, we already know who like the perpetrators are,
so that people
and
across our governments, institutions, and communities,
you know, their history and shit, and we don't pay any attention to like any of those fucking red flags that, you know, they know about, but just literally don't do anything about it, right?
While we cannot cover all of our findings and recommendations with you in detail today, we would like to share more on how we have thoroughly responded to every aspect of our mandate, highlighting some of our main findings, lessons learned, and recommendations. First, as you know, we needed to investigate what happened, including how the RCMP and other police forces responded and the steps taken to inform, support, and engage victims, families, and affected citizens. Volume 2 focuses on what happened and contains the Commission's main findings in two key areas: how the mass casualty unfolded, and the institutional and systemic failures in the response, including missed opportunities to prevent violence. In this volume, we include a very detailed account of the 13 hours of the mass casualty, starting with the perpetrator's violent assault of his common-law spouse and continuing through the subsequent fatalities and other acts of violence committed on April 18th and 19th, 2020. Our investigation made clear that there were many warning signs of the perpetrator's violence and missed opportunities to intervene in the years prior to the mass casualty. Next, we focus on the gaps and errors in the critical incident response to the mass casualty as it unfolded. While we acknowledge and commend the individual actions and courage of many first responders, the overarching approach and response by the RCMP as an institution had many shortcomings. This must be addressed, and responses must be improved. It is also important to note that community members played a critical role in responding to the mass casualty, often putting themselves in harm's way to help others. However, the information they shared concerning the perpetrator was often not properly recorded, shared, or acted upon by the RCMP. There were failures in communications with the public during and in the aftermath of the mass casualty. These must be addressed. That is why in the final report we call for a national review and redesign of the public alert system. In addition to learning what happened, we were also directed to examine a number of related issues in our mandate. Many of these related issues focus on relevant policing structures and processes. This is why policing has been a pillar in our overarching work and the focus of Volume 5. In Volume 5, we share specific steps that the RCMP, municipal police, and other public safety partners can take to improve critical incident preparedness, planning, and response. These changes will help better protect Canadians and community members and the police officers who step up to respond to critical incidents in the future.
Yeah, okay.
We set out principles of effective critical incident response based on preparedness, the uncertainty, community engagement, working together across agencies, and learning from experience. Next, we determined that the future of the RCMP and of provincial policing requires focused reevaluation. There is a need to rethink the role of police in a wider ecosystem of public safety. Significant changes are needed to
and not have them just, you know, over police poor areas or indigenous areas or black and brown areas, you know, which generally tend to go hand in hand. So there's that.
We have recommended a range
But that won't happen.
These include amending the RCMP Act to clarify the relationship between the RCMP Commissioner and the Federal Minister of Public Safety. We recommend clarifying the role of the RCMP Management Advisory Board. The bodies that hold police agencies accountable also need to be properly resourced. We recommend strengthening the role of the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. We also call on the RCMP to adopt a more strategic and coordinated approach to contract policing and core policing functions. For Nova Scotia in particular, we call for a community-wide process to discuss and decide the future structure of policing services in this province. A culture of interoperability between emergency
It won't happen. It will probably only be left to the fucking premier at most.
Improved information sharing between all concerned.
Regardless of what the citizens of Nova Scotia
we
want.
established that everyday policing practices, including decision-making, note-taking, and supervision must be improved. This is important given all the ways that daily decision-making determines which crimes and which social problems come to broader official attention and how effectively social and criminal problems are countered. Throughout the final report, we emphasize that effective police agencies are learning institutions, capable of recognizing and responding to the changing expectations of their communities, and capable of learning from their past actions in order to do better in the future. To do so, a culture of learning and accountability within the RCMP and all police services is required. Term-limited training must be replaced with ongoing police education. To that end, there must be a complete overhaul of police education in Canada, followed by recruiting officers suitable
I mean,
for
yeah, there
modernized
does need to be an overhaul of how
Such
police
transformation is
are
essential
educated
to
in
improve
Canada.
all aspects
For sure.
of the RCMP's future work and that of other agencies. We also identify the need to make sure police understand the importance of securing the safety of all those who experience and are at greater risk of violence. This will entail a much greater focus on violence prevention and better ways to collaborate with other services. Most importantly, the RCMP must finally undergo fundamental change that previous reports have called for. Canadian society is at a critical juncture with respect to the future of policing. The road forward must include a reckoning with the unfulfilled promises of community policing and a commitment for community safety and well-being for everyone in the future. La société canadienne se trouve à un moment critique en ce qui concerne l'avenir des services de police. Nous devons faire face à la promesse non satisfaite de la police communautaire. Commissioner MacDonald will now say more about our findings and recommendations concerning violence.
All right, let's see what they actually have to say.
Commissioner Fitch. Consistent with the related issues in our mandate, in Volume 3 of our final report, we focus on violence. And in particular, how it is critically important that we address the root causes of violence.
Wait, what? So poverty. Just like that's the root cause of violence. It's poverty. Like you solve poverty, you're gonna solve a vast majority of the crime, and even violent crime for that matter. But like, you know, it's not gonna prevent everything. You're always gonna have your fucking psychopaths and whatever. But you know, like what? We need to solve that. Like, if that's how you want to, if you want to end it, that's how you end it, right?
One question we considered is whether mass casualties can be predicted.
Yes, they can. We know that they can.
We concluded that rather than prediction, the focus has to be on prevention and effective intervention.
What?
While no person or institution could have predicted the perpetrator's specific actions on April 18th and 19th,
Wait, what? Wasn't he going off on like Twitter or Facebook or something like that? Like, he was going off on social media of how he's like going to kill a fuck ton of people. Like what? Like we knew about this guy beforehand. Like, come on, bro.
His pattern and escalation of violence could have and should have been addressed. Many red flags about his violent and illegal behavior were known by a broad range of people and have been brought to the attention of police and others over a number of years.
Yeah, see, they're fucking useless.
The perpetrator was raised in a violent home and became a violent man. We explore how his
I don't understand why they're just fucking focusing on like the like nature versus nurture argument, right? Like it's so fucking stupid.
Violent, intimidating, and coercive behavior extended ever.
Like we've again, the police have known about this guy for years, but you know they decided literally not to do anything about it, right? Like, come on, bro. You knew about him for years, and you decided to like not do anything about it. And what ended up happening? He killed fucking 22 people.
Partners, to his relatives, to his friends, to his neighbors, to his business associates, and to his patients, to vulnerable and marginalized people, and even to individuals in positions of power and control, such as police officers. Mass casualties are rare, but women, children, and other marginalized people in communities experience violence every day.
I wonder why that is.
Perceptions of...
I wonder why that is. Could it be the massive amounts of poverty that a lot of those groups face? Could it be the fact that there's a fuck ton of over-policing within their communities, and a lot of that violence is propagated by police? Could it be due to the fact that we have no form of free universal mental health care in the country? You know, I wonder what causes all of this shit.
Where the real danger lies is largely misconceived. Our society ignores the hard truth of the normalcy of violence between intimate partners and within families, and the ways in which this violence spills out and escalates to affect other people too.
I mean, he's technically not wrong. Like, we do normalize personal violence when it comes to like spouses and children and stuff like that, like to a certain degree, because like, oh, you know, it's just fucking teaching your kid a lesson or whatever the fuck that psychopathic conservatives like to use to justify hitting their kids or whatever the fuck. Like it like, yeah, it's normalized in like certain communities for sure, most of which tend to be conservative, but like there's a lot more to it than just that.
Gender-based violence is also widespread and underreported in Canada.
Yeah, 30%.
For far too long.
30% of all police officers, I believe it is. Is it 30%? I believe so. Engage in violence towards their spouse.
Our society has misperceived
keep that
mass
in mind.
violence as our greatest threat without considering its relationship to our other more pervasive forms of violence. We do so at the expense of public safety. We do so at the expense of community well-being. We do so at our collective peril. The evidence shows clearly that those who perpetrate mass casualties often have an unaddressed history of gender-based intimate partner or family violence. Les faits montrent clairement que ceux qui commettent des actes d'une telle violence ont
Bro, it's so funny watching him trying to speak French. Not gonna lie, it's so funny watching him watch French.
Ou fondé sur le sexe.
Ou fondé sur le sexe. Oh, it's so funny.
Many mass casualties begin with an act of such violence. That was the case here in Nova Scotia in April of 2020.
I mean, yeah, but usually there's like a million other red flags that are going off before, you know, people like that actually end up doing something, right? And it's like, you know, it starts off with like fucking torturing like their cat or their dog or whatever the fuck they have, and then, you know, them also not getting adequate mental health care. In some instances they grow up incredibly fucking poor. Like, there's a whole different slew of aspects that need to be considered rather than just the one of interpersonal violence within their family. Like, yeah, that does to a certain degree play a role in it, but there's a whole bunch of other aspects that they just don't want to talk about, right?
And that was the case last fall in September of 2022 in Saskatchewan. Throughout our work, as we have learned how the perpetrator targeted members of marginalized communities in Nova Scotia, we realize that it provided but one example of the ways in which historic patterns of violence are sustained and amplified. The inescapable conclusion is that ensuring the safety and security of everyone will assist in minimizing the risks of mass casualties. La conclusion incontournable est que le fait d'assurer la sécurité de tous
Come on,
nous
man.
aidera à minimiser le risque des pertes massives. Valuing all members of our community from childhood onward will contribute to making our communities safer for everyone. In addition, regulations regarding access to firearms, ammunition, and police paraphernalia must also be strengthened and enforced. We make a series of recommendations to this effect, including that the federal government engage with communities to ensure firearms regulations are enforced in a consistent and effective manner.
I mean, for the most part, they are, though, right? It's a lot of the unmarked firearms that are usually a part of this, mass shootings like this.
Commissioner Stanton will now talk more about community safety and implementation.
Thank you. Our mandate required us to investigate and consider many things, including community supports, social services, mental health services.
Like they keep in mind
to groups that may have been different.
Keep in mind that they say this, but it's never going to happen. Like, I would like to believe them that they would actually like work together with the fucking communities to like actually bring in these recommendations, but they just don't.
We set out why we must invest in
Right?
a public safety system that is about more than police services, where multiple partners work together every day with substantial community engagement. Community safety planning needs to take into account social development, prevention, early intervention, and critical incident response. We find that the social determinants of health, including equality, access to housing, health and social services, adequate income, and education, are also the social determinants of community safety and well-being.
Yeah.
It follows that a public health-based approach to community safety is the best model for the future. This means community safety planning should address 4 areas: social development, prevention, early intervention, and critical incident response. It means public policy and funding should put crime prevention on an equal footing with enforcement of the criminal law. It means the focus of policing should be, how do we prevent further violence? This in turn requires seeing support services in the community as full partners in community safety who will assist and respond when community members need help or in crisis. Community safety and well-being are not just about policing. They're about engaging both policing and non-policing partners to ensure that violence prevention is a central focus of public safety. Police should be one part of the community safety net. Their important responsibilities to ensure public safety are shared with community members, other organizations,
And, you know, actually them doing their fucking jobs as well, and not, you know, knowing about someone who has like mass shooter potential and, you know, allowing them to unleash that fucking potential and, you know, not intervene beforehand.
Elevating the primary role of other institutions and agencies, including community-based organizations. While we must place community at the center of our public safety system, police services will continue to have a vital but not exclusive role, performing the duties for which they're best suited. We recommend that the federal government enact legislation to create a framework designed to support and enhance community safety and well-being in every province and territory. To further strengthen federal and provincial and territorial initiatives that may already be underway, we recommend that the federal legislation include the establishment within a year of a Community Safety and Wellbeing Leadership Council composed of leaders from all sectors. In support of these legislative and structural reforms, we recommend that Canada needs broad public and institutional education on community safety and well-being as well. Turning to rural communities, such as those most affected by the mass casualty in Nova Scotia, we find that rural community well-being is constrained by limited access to services, poverty, under-inclusion, and in some cases, this negatively affects the occupational health and safety of rural service providers. We also find that urban bias in policymaking and service delivery contributes to inadequate community safety, public infrastructure, and services in rural communities. We recommend that when it comes to community safety, provincial governments take steps to address urban bias in decision-making by fostering meaningful inclusion of rural communities in all areas affecting them, and that the federal government support the inclusion of rural communities in decision-making on issues within their jurisdiction. Whether for rural communities or our communities at large, the significant overhaul of community safety thinking, planning, and approach we are calling for in the final report has the potential to be truly transformative in Canada. Les changements dans la réflexion, la planification et l'approche à la sécurité communautaire dans le rapport final ont le potentiel d'être véritablement transformateurs au Canada. The breadth of this challenge and opportunity is why we think about community safety as a shared responsibility and a shared opportunity. We all need to be champions for change, taking the recommendations from this report and implementing them in our policies, our communities, workplaces, and organizations. Some of our recommendations can be implemented relatively quickly and easily. Others will take more time and collaboration, both within and between different groups and institutions. In order to build and sustain momentum over the months and years required to make the longer-term
we could easily do it, right?
People from many different
but
settings and roles across society
we're just going to fucking always bicker about, like, you know, oh, it's a fucking waste of money or a waste of time or whatever the fuck.
As you've heard today,
Like, it's so stupid. Like, we could easily have it done, but, you know, they're not willing to take initiative to actually fucking do it.
Institutions like the RCMP. To help ensure accountability and progress, we're calling for the federal and Nova Scotia governments to jointly form an implementation and mutual accountability body that will include representatives from government, the RCMP, municipal police, those most affected, and key communities. This body will be responsible for creating an implementation plan and providing regular updates to government and to the public. This recommendation is included in Volume 6 of the final report, in which we also consider next steps and actions that individuals and groups in our communities can take to realize our shared goal of making the places we live safer for everyone. Commissioner Fitch will now acknowledge on behalf of all three of us the many people who've contributed to our work and our final report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stanton. Like all the Commission's work, preparing and sharing the final report would not have been possible without the hard work and contributions of many people. We thank the families for being here today and for your unwavering courage and commitment throughout this entire process. We continue to extend our deep and lasting condolences for your losses, and we share your dedication to making communities safer in their memories. You fought for public inquiry, and you have called for meaningful change. The final report can be the blueprint for that change. We encourage you, if you choose, to keep speaking up to ensure that positive change happens. As a reminder, when we refer to participants in the inquiry, we are including those most affected individuals, the families, governments, first responders, and organizations including advocacy groups. We want to thank all participants and their counsel. You have all played a critical role during the inquiry, and your many submissions and contributions have been instrumental in helping us to learn and to prepare our recommendations. We heard you. Please know we heard you. Now the final report is ready. Please continue to be champions of implementation. We also thank the many other people who have contributed to this work, including emergency responders, witnesses, roundtable members, commissioned report authors, community organizations, the media, service providers, members of the public, and every member of our commission team. The quality and breadth of the final report reflects all your incredible contributions over the last 2.5 years. We could not have done it without all of you. Now that the final report is here, we call on you to continue stepping up so that the great harm caused by the mass casualty can be transformed into great hope and great good for our communities in the future. Commissioner MacDonald will provide some concluding remarks as our Commission's chair. Commissioner MacDonald.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Like the sad thing about this is I honestly don't think that anything is going to come out of this, right?
Each one of you.
Like, sure, they can make recommendations and whatever, but I honestly don't see it happening.
To all
Like,
of you joining us today and to
none
all
of this will
we are
happen, right?
pleased to share the mass
Like, I would be
casualty
surprised if it actually does.
It comprehensively responds to every aspect of our mandate. It sets out what happened. It sets out our findings and how and why things happened as they did. And it provides a future-focused recommendations that when implemented, will change our country for the better. It is a substantial report and a comprehensive roadmap to a safer Canada. Please take the time to read it, to reflect, and determine how best you can support its implementation. We recognize that this is not the first report to make findings and recommendations like these. But with all of your help, it could be the last.
I don't think it will be that. I honestly don't think it will be the last, to be honest with you.
It could be the last. Prime Minister Trudeau, Premier Houston, all premiers of provinces and territories, all municipal leaders, police leaders. Commissioner Duhaime is here. We very much appreciate that. Right on this stage, to my left, Commissioner Lucky gave this commission an undertaking that she would champion our recommendations. And we
That's not a good sign.
Feel that that ought to be considered an institutional undertaking and rely upon you, Commissioner Duhaime.
Like we saw like Brenda Lucky's handling of the shit that happened within the Emergencies Act, right? Like it was fucking horrible. Like, oh, I just lost a whole bunch of fucking faith in them. Not that I had, you know, too much to begin with anyways.
This is a blueprint that when implemented, it will establish that those wonderful, dear lives that were taken on April 18th and 19th would not have been taken in vain. Those lives cannot have been taken in vain. That cannot happen. Future acts of violence are preventable if we have the will to do what is necessary. Ce n'est pas le premier rapport à faire ses conclusions et ses recommandations, mais avec votre aide, ça pourrait être le dernier. Les actes de violence sont évitables si nous avons la volonté de faire ce qui est nécessaire. Turning the tide on the underlying causes of violence in our communities will take courage, it will take commitment, and it will take collaboration. It will take the courage to admit that we face a set of interconnected and complex challenges, which means we must resist the default to simple answers and impulsive responses that have failed us all too often in the past. As a country, we need the commitment to keep going month after month, year after year, making steady improvements and sustained efforts to shift entrenched values, fix broken systems, and make violence prevention our guiding star. Most important of all, it will take collaboration from all Canadians, including leaders, policymakers, first responders, service providers, public institutions, community groups, and members of the public. So we are relying on the various offices, the Prime Minister's office, the Premier's office, all levels of government, police leaders, all police leaders, chiefs and
God,
leaders,
he's so boring, man.
relying on you to do right by all those whose lives were taken and to do right by all those who remain suffering in heartache. Surtout, il faudra la coopération de tous les Canadiens, faisant de la prévention de la violence notre principe directeur. By working together, you helped us develop meaningful, practical, and sustainable recommendations for the future. Now we call on you to implement them and make our community safer for everyone. We all have a lot of work to do. It's time to act. Thank you. Merci. Namo.
And that's it. So, yeah, the Globe and Mail put out an argument about 3 years after the mass shooting. It's not here? What? Okay. Guess not. Nearly 3 years after 22 people were killed across Nova Scotia, an inquiry into the mass shooting has delivered a seething report denouncing the RCMP for failing to warn the community members of the danger they were in, depriving them of potential life-saving information, which is unsurprising. You know, it's not like, you know, the fucking cops don't know about people like these beforehand, before they, like, inevitably snap and fucking kill a shit ton of people, right? They just don't fucking do anything about it, right? The commissioners also turned their eyes to how the epidemic of domestic violence played a role into the rampage. Again, I'm sure that's just a small fringe part of it. Like, we knew for a fact, like, you know, he was, like, prone to fucking doing violence beforehand, right? So, and they knew about it too. It's not like they didn't know about it, but again, they decided to do literally nothing about it before, you know, 22 people died. After listening to 7 months of witness testimonies and reviewing thousands of pages of documents, the Mass Casualty Commission released its final sprawling report Thursday with 130 recommendations across more than 3,000 pages. The report took aim at the RCMP's response to the crisis on almost every level. It called out a lack of preparation, a lack of communication, and a lack of leadership issues so prominent and prevalent. The commissioners are calling for a rethinking of how the entire force operates. More than 2 years after the event, RCMP leadership had done very little to systematically evaluate its critical incident response to the deadliest mass shooting in Canadian history, noted the commissioner in the report. In our process, it was apparent that the organizational structure of the RCMP both contributes to these failings and makes it challenging to hold the organization accountable for its work. These are all the people who had unfortunately passed in the shooting. The RCMP was woefully underprepared to handle the events of the April 18th and 19th, 2020, according to the report. Despite previous recommendations of past tragedies, the responding dispatch in Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, didn't have the emergency operational plan. Despite national guidelines following the Parliament Hill shooting in 2014, plans were meant to prepare the force ahead of a crisis, so roles and responsibilities are understood in advance. Mounties on the ground also weren't aware of plans that were supposed to be in place. For example, the following shooting in Moncton, New Brunswick, that killed 3 Mounties in 2014. Recommendations were made to establish an emergency operational plan that identified major transport routes for critical locations to stop or contain the advanced threats from moving across the province.
It's been a long, almost 3 years. It's never going to ever go away, but this chapter is now closing, which I'm happy for, just not being in the public eye as much and just being able to take the time that I need. It's been healing. It's good.
At least if we can get the positive side of this and move things forward, it will, you know that these people didn't lose their lives for nothing. It's gonna, if it makes a positive change that's nationwide, it'll be appreciated, I know, by families.
Well, I'm not done. I still have a lot of reading and a lot of information that I want to go through, and like Commissioner McDonald said, that it's our responsibility to kind of hold people to it, so I am going to take that role very, very serious.
Nothing will bring my brother back or any of the other people that we lost in this horrible ordeal, but we have to take and move things forward.
Last question, your beautiful necklace. Can you tell me about that again?
This, my father, I have his remains in there with me, so he's with me at all times. So,
what do you think he would think of this today?
I think he'd be glad that this chapter is over for the sake that me and my mom can, hopefully start to move on and move forward. I know he wouldn't want us hurting. He'd want us happy. So I'll try to do that for him. But in the meantime, I'm just not giving up, and he knows that.
However, those in command of the critical incident response of April 18th and 19th, 2020, were unaware of the existence of this plan, and it was not used during the mass casualty, said Thursday's report. It also said information gleaned by 911 call takers in the RCMP's operational communications center was incomplete and not always passed along. The lack of preparedness caused chaos and confusion on the ground when the responding officers unclear of the command structure. The report also criticized how the RCMP failed to grasp the gunman that the gunman was driving an authentic-looking replica police car, despite being told it was by multiple witnesses. Some of the harshest condemnations issued by commissioners was saved for the RCMP's decision to withhold information from the public that included that the gunman had left Porterick a rural area where his rampage began. And that he was disguised as a police officer and was driving across the province in a replica vehicle. The RCMP's failure deprived community members of the opportunity to evaluate risks to their safety to take measures to better protect themselves, wrote the commissioners. Some victims' families, especially those who were killed on the morning of April 19th, have been vocal that they believe their loved ones would still be alive if the RCMP had broadcast public warnings. The families of Kristen Bayton and Heather O'Brien told the commission that if the two women who had the perpetrator and had left Port Creek, I don't know, say that, man, and was disguised as a police officer, they would have stayed home that morning. The family of Gina Bullitt also told the commission that if she had known about the gunman on the loose, she would have sought safety with family or neighbors. The force also used tweets to communicate with the public during their hunt for the gunman instead of broadcasting a warning using the Canadian emergency alerting system. RCMP-NS is responding to a firearm complaint in the Puerto Rico area. The public is asked to avoid the area and stay in their homes with the doors locked at this time, which is so stupid. Like, how is anyone supposed to see this, right? Like, come on, man. Just they should have 100% used the Canadian emergency alerting system. Because, like, that's usually what you do, or what they do, right? There was immediate pushback after the shooting from people who pointed out the challenges of internet access in rural parts of the province and that the vast majority of residents would not have used Twitter. Views reflected by the commissioners in their report. They wrote that the first tweet sent at 11:32 p.m., which specifically referred to the firearms firearms complaint, underplayed the seriousness of the threat to the public. The RCMP conveyed accurate information to the public in a timely manner in Monton in 2014. The same cannot be said for the RCMP use of the social media in Nova Scotia in 2020, said the report. In the report, the commission said the lack of public warning is symptomatic of an institutional culture that undervalues community relationship and public communications. During the inquiry, the commission heard from several RCMP members who said that the sharing information quickly and widely during an incident like a mass shooting could incite panic and put their officers in danger. Here's the thing: if it's going to be inciting panic within the fucking RCMP's ranks themselves, then those people should not be RCMP members. Sorry, that's just how that is. Like, I don't give a fuck there, bud. Like, come on. Like, if you're going to be, a cop, and you can't handle, someone who's going around on like a killing spree because your fucking little fifis are going to get hurt, don't be a fucking police officer then. The report said those points are myths that have no legitimate place in police decision making about warning the public about an active threat. The commissioners say the RCMP is in need of a fundamental change, noting there have been other commissions and reports in the past that have unsuccessfully called for reform. Past inquiries have concluded that those problems create a toxic workplace culture within the RCMP. We find that they also impede the RCMP's operational effectiveness. Out of 130 recommendations in the report, more than half are aimed at the RCMP and policing culture. Which, yeah, you know, both are just absolute fucking dog shit. One of the defining recommendations calls for the federal public safety minister to commission an independent review of the RCMP and to examine the force's approach to contracting policing, or to contract policing and work with contract partners such as the province of Nova Scotia.
It was important for me to be here today to support the families, to show that all Canadians continue to stand with the family members, the community, the people of Nova Scotia and elsewhere who've been so deeply affected over the 3 years almost since this horrific day. Obviously, I thank the commissioners for their comprehensive work, looking at all aspects of what happened and how we need to move forward. We will take the time now to properly digest and understand the recommendations and the conclusions and the opportunities that the Commission has put forward for us to take up. There's no question there need to be changes, and there will be, but we will take the time to get those right.
Well, like, the one thing that really pisses me off about this is, like, I honestly don't think that there's going to be, like, any notable change within the RCMP, or how policing is done in general. Because if the same, if some of the same if it's true, if some of the same recommendations from previous inquiries have been put forward before, like saying the Parliament Hill mass shooting that happened in 2014, then it's not going to happen again this time, right? Like, I would be genuinely surprised if it actually does. The report also recommends that the RCMP adopt a policy of admitting its mistakes, accepting responsibility for them, and ensuring that accountability mechanisms are in place for addressing errors. The demonstrated capacity to accept responsibility for one's errors should be a criterion for any promotion within the RCMP. The RCMP phase out the depot model of the RCMP training by 2032 for Public Safety Canada work with provinces and territories to establish a 3-year degree-based model of police education for all police services in Canada. A number of the recommendations also touch on how the RCMP in Nova Scotia responded, including implementing emergency plans, sharing the best available information of a threat to the public as soon as possible, and establishing clear protocols for unaffiliated command posts. Other policing recommendations include that the RCMP's National communication policies should be revised to state clearly that the objective of the RCMP's public communications is to provide accurate information about the RCMP's operations, and in particular to respond to the media questions in a timely and complete manner. The RCMP and Nova Scotia Emergency Management Office should review call taker recruitment and training to ensure that 911 call takers are trained to capture all information shared by a community member as fully and accurately as possible, and to listen for background noises or information that may also be important for the first responders. Within 90 days of a mass casualty incidents occurring, the RCMP should initiate an after-action review to be conducted by an arm's-length reviewer. The province of Nova Scotia should ensure that specialized policing services are adequate, effective, and efficiently organized to meet the demand throughout Nova Scotia, where by contract with the RCMP or other means. The RCMP should work with the RCMP Veterans Association to ask retired members to return items in their personal possession, including badges, to have not been cased in plastic and uniforms. The commission wrote that while no one could have predicted the gunman's specific actions to taking the lives of 22 people, his pattern and escalation of violence could and should have been addressed. They say many red flags about his violent and illegal behavior towards his long-term partner, Lisa Banfield, his family members, and patients in his practice as a denturist were known by a range of people that had been brought to authorities over a number of years. A main finding was that this pattern was facilitated by the power and privilege he experienced as a wealthy white man with professional status. Like, yeah, of course. Gender-based intimate partner and family violence is an epidemic like the COVID-19 pandemic. It is a public health emergency that warrants a meaningful whole of society response, the report says, which I don't necessarily disagree. Like, we should 100% be, doing something about that for sure. The report supports testimonies from the victims' families that the service offered by the RCMP and Nova Scotia Victim Services were not enough. Families have regularly spoken about how the one officer assigned to handle the loved ones of 21 victims were overwhelmed and unable to properly help or share information equally. The family of the one RCMP officer who was killed, Constant Heidi Stevenson, had their own liaison officer. The report recommends the federal government start a resource hub by September 2023, which would be a center of expertise for the victims and their families to have the RCMP update its policies on family liaison officers and the next of kin notifications. Other recommendations include a dedicated telephone line for individuals seeking information about family or friends, and a website. The time standard of mobilizing the victim management plan should be 90 minutes from the time of the critical incident response is activated. The report also discusses the need for a change around firearm possession and the cross-border smuggling of guns and ammunition into Canada. The commissioners wrote that the issue is influenced by the United States discourse centered on the right to bear arms, which does not exist in our constitutional or legal structure. Like, I mean, even like technically it doesn't even exist in Americas either, to be honest with you. The commission recommends the criminal code to be changed to prohibit all semi-automatic handguns and semi-automatic rifles and shotguns that discharge center fire ammunition and are designed to accept dispatchable magazines with capacities more than 5 rounds, and ban the use of magazines with more than 5 rounds. Like, I'm kind of surprised that they're not already, to be honest. Like, I thought for sure they would have been. The report also sided with critics on the National Public Emergency Alert System, Alert Ready. The commissioners wrote that responsibility for alerting the public must be shifted away from a private provider, currently an Ontario-based company. Lemorix owns Canada's Alert Ready software system and operates it on behalf of the federal government. The commission, which I don't disagree with, I do think that, you know, that should be public for sure. The commissioners recommend that all levels of government should conduct a review of public alerting to determine how the Alert Ready system can be reformed to meet the legal responsibility to warn people of emergencies. The inquiry was mandated jointly by the province and by Ottawa, and is expected to cost around $47 million in funding from the 2 levels of government. The commissioners ended their report with a plea to police, government, and Canadians to heed their recommendations. Dedicating 82 pages on how to implement their findings and a tracking system for accountability. We recognize that the extensive agenda is daunting, they wrote, but we emphasize that inaction is also a form of action, and that spectatorship is an inadequate response. True. All right, let's move on to Biden coming to Canada.
Welcome back to About That. So just before the break, we were discussing not just the crisis in Haiti, but also what the international community has and intends to do about it. And with the US President Joe Biden landing in Canada today to meet with the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and among the highest of agenda items that they will be discussing over the next little while being the crisis in Haiti, we thought it'd be a good idea to bring Evan Dyer, who has done so much of our reporting on this subject. Evan, you're joining us from Ottawa. So can you bring us up to speed on what your sense is that Joe Biden will have to say, and how Justin Trudeau is likely to respond here?
Sure, Andrew. Well, the pattern so far has been that the United States is pressing Canada to take an active role in some kind of intervention force, to lead an actual sort of boots-on-the-ground mission to battle the gangs in the streets of Port-au-Prince, and Canada has been consistently pushing
Like,
back.
the funny thing about Haiti, right, is if we didn't fucking interfere with the Haitian population, like, and you know, in Haiti in general, like, they would be fine. Like, all those like weapons and shit come from America, right? Like, honestly, we have no fucking business being there.
Back against that idea, saying that it wants to take two different approaches, neither of which involve sending a major mission to Haiti. One is to strengthen the Haitian National Police, which is the only security force Haiti has. It has no army, none to speak of anyway. And the other one is to focus on sanctions, and Canada has sanctioned 17 Haitian individuals. And one of the ways it pushes back on the U.S. is actually to point out that the U.S. has only sanctioned 5 of those people. Some of the people that Canada has sanctioned, who it blames and identifies as sort of faces, shadowy forces behind the gangs, helping to create the gangs, to arm them and so on, and using them as political weapons. Some of those people live in Florida and have not been sanctioned by the United States, and so that's one of the means that Canada uses to push back. So I think what we'll probably see is, first of all, the U.S. catching up perhaps with some of those Canadian sanctions as a result of this meeting, and perhaps even announcing new sanctions jointly with the United States. But the bigger thing will be Canada continuing to resist U.S. pressure to lead a real military intervention in Haiti, which Canada absolutely does not want to get involved in.
I mean, yeah, of course America wants to do that, though.
Is there anything
because that's going to be incredibly fucking profitable for the gun manufacturers in America. Why wouldn't they want to, right?
Specific that you do see sort of productively coming out of this discussion in terms of you know, options that Canada and the United States might discuss, and that might be likely outcomes here. So you know, some kind of option on the table that maybe you or I haven't thought of yet.
I think there could be. I mean, one is the sanctions one that I've already mentioned, continuing to pursue that route, but also immigration is another area where, I mean, if we're honest about the U.S.'s preoccupations about Haiti, they're not only humanitarian, right? They're also electoral, because Joe Biden does not want to see a large influx of Haitians on rafts and boats coming to Miami or showing up at the U.S.-Mexican border, as happened in 2021.
More than 13,000 mostly Haitian migrants have crossed the Rio Grande into Texas and are now living under this bridge. Would you look at this?
And he doesn't want that to happen during the 2024 election season in particular. So there may be
I wonder why a lot of
some of the pressure of all the people leaving Haiti.
The Haitians are leaving their own country. Could it be the fact that, you know,
in other countries like Brazil, Chile, and so on, now heading to North America because they feel
Brazil, Chile, and so on, like, bro, a lot of that also comes from like the destabilization of those regions from America and American allies. Like, we know about it. Like, come on, bro. Remember when America helped overthrew Chile and put Pinochet in charge? Like, that was fucking cool, right? Ended up fucking killing so many people. He did that. That's for sure.
Feel the need to make more money to send to their families in Haiti, and so that it's possible that Canada might do something similar to what the United States has already done, which is to open a legal pathway so that more Haitians can come to Canada. But I mean, I must say that has major drawbacks. In fact, one of the things we've seen is Haitians responding to the U.S. parole system, a legal pathway created for Haitians, and many of the people are applying.
Yeah, but like the way that the U.S. did it was complete dog shit. Like, what? Like, our methods are that we do are pretty dog shit too, but like America's was just fucking awful. Like, let's not even like kid ourselves, right?
Very Haitian police officers who Haiti can least afford to lose, and in a way, these programs tend to be, you know, more of a brain drain on Haiti, leaving the country weaker than ever before.
Evan, you know, speaking of police forces, is there any progress in this idea of establishing some kind of a multinational police force, you know, maybe led in some capacity by Canada, but essentially made up predominantly of countries, surrounding countries, more geographically close to Haiti? Any progress there?
There are two countries that have said that they would participate.
Or we could just like fuck off and like let the people of Haiti decide what they want to do with their fucking country. Like, this is so fucking stupid, man. Like, we go in, we fuck up everything, we leave, and then, well, we don't technically leave. We still have, like, some form of fucking control there. Like, it's so fucking stupid, man.
In a force. That's the Bahamas and Jamaica. But between the two of them, they have only a fraction of Haiti's population and would be completely incapable of providing the kind of numbers you would need. So they would be willing to attach themselves to a larger force, but it's that larger force that doesn't exist. Canada has expressed no willingness to do this, and nor has any other country. France has
why would
said
we?
It won't send a single person to Haiti for such a force, for example. So,
like, all that it does is just prop up the already existing cycle. That's all it does, right? Like, why the fuck would we? It just doesn't make sense.
Even the two countries that have offered, of course, could never spare all of their security forces, particularly Jamaica, which actually just declared an emergency in 2 of its own districts to fight gangs on its own island. So it can really only afford to spare a small number of its already fairly small security forces. And one of the problems in the Caribbean is that when we look at countries like the members of the CARICOM, the Community of Nations of the Caribbean, Haiti is much bigger than the other island nations down there. I mean, Haiti is only one of 15 nations in CARICOM, but it's got 2/3 of the people in CARICOM. So you would really be asking much, much smaller countries to rescue a much bigger country, and they just don't have the forces to do that.
So Evan, while the international community sort of scratches its collective head trying to figure out what to do next, how to solve what feels like an impossible situation, I mean, how bad do things get on the ground in Haiti? I'm trying to figure out what the breaking point is, and even what happens when we hit that breaking point.
I mean, one of the things that you find speaking to Haitians is that they will say, we keep wondering when we hit bottom, and we thought things could never get this bad, and then we wake up the next day and they're even worse.
Violent protests have persisted for months, and many Haitians are angry that the government can't keep them safe.
I wonder why that is.
Suffering for a long time.
It'd be that it's, a U.S.-backed government.
My mother, my child, and my sister.
And whenever, they decide to go out and protest and, like, try and change their fucking government, it's automatically, they're fucking dispersed. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's so fucking stupid.
We will not be able to continue.
And this month has been the worst in terms of security in Haiti ever. March has seen certainly well over 200 documented murders, and we believe the number would be much higher just in the city of Port-au-Prince. Hundreds of kidnappings. There's been a loss of territory to gangs entering into previously safe, by Haitian standards, safe areas, and burning homes, burning cars, and murdering and kidnapping people. So this situation just continues to deteriorate, and I don't really know that there is a bottom per se. We could see the country, I think many Haitians already feel it's achieved sort of a failed state status, but it could continue to go down. And if you look at other countries around the world like Somalia, what you see is that there often is no bottom. You just degenerate into a situation of absolute war.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Fully collapses.
I wonder why.
The government is barely hanging on.
It's totally not like, there's a lot of, or a fuck ton of U.S. and other foreign adversary engagement within these fucking communities. Like, there's so much fucking involvement within those communities. Like, it's so fucking disgusting. Like, it's not even like the first time that's gonna happen, and it's not gonna be the last time it happens either. Like, it's so fucking dumb. It's not unheard of that, that shit happens all the goddamn time.
And then you have all the secondary effects like disease and famine, which we are also starting to see in Haiti. And of course, all of that would provoke a massive wave of outmigration from Haiti into the neighboring Dominican Republic, onto boats, and any other means that the Haitian people can use to get out.
Evan Dyer, it's a pretty stark picture. Thank you for fill that in for us.
I fucking hate this, man.
We'll be right back after this.
outside intervention, as we've done in the past, hasn't worked to create long-term stability for Haiti.
It never
I
has.
agree with the Prime Minister.
Haiti's most prominent opposition leader says it's true foreign missions haven't brought lasting peace and probably wouldn't bring it now.
Hey, welcome back. That sentiment that you just heard there, that foreign intervention can't be done the old way, that underscores a very important point, right? That Haiti has a very long history of foreign intervention that makes help
Yes,
from
they
the
do.
Western world not always welcome. You know, in the early 1900s,
And that's
the US
understandable.
occupied Haiti for a 20-year stretch, brutally oppressive. Thousands of people died, and it shaped Haiti in very damaging ways. There was a UN
And
mission
it's still
that
there.
lasted 13 years, where residents accused them of kidnappings, of rape, of introducing cholera into the local water supply. That's why there's such a big emphasis on Caribbean countries being part of the solution, because who better than them, right, to have the local interests sort of most genuinely at heart? Who else but Haitians themselves?
And then there's also the fact of, if there's ever like an uprising from the Haitian people, it tends to get fucking squashed by America, because America still has some interest within the country, right?
I suppose. Thanks for watching. I'm Andrew Chang.
Biden and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau have a lot to discuss near the top of the agenda: our global security and continental defense. While the U.S. welcomes Canada's recent investments in modernizing aerospace defense, Washington's representative to Ottawa is signaling it's not enough.
We're facing 21st century threats, and we need 21st century responses, and 21st century responses cost money.
Kirsten Hillman is Canada's ambassador to the U.S. Ambassador, it's great to have you in studio. Thanks for coming in.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
You heard what David Cohen had to say there. There's sort of been this drumbeat leading up to this, that the U.S. wants to see more spending on NORAD faster. Do you think that's the big request coming out of this?
Well, I guess where I would say is in Washington. What I hear from the Americans repeatedly is that they are satisfied with the upward trajectory that we're on in terms of our defense spending. NORAD modernization is a big part of that, but our very significant presence in Ukraine and contribution to supporting the Ukrainians from this terrible invasion from Russia, and recent procurement announcements and others. So no question, defense spending, NORAD modernization, security will be on the agenda, and we welcome that, because I do agree with Ambassador Cohen that today's problems require today's solutions, and Canada is very committed to that.
They're satisfied with the upward trajectory, but are they satisfied with the speed of that slope, right? Because it can go this way. I think the Americans would like it to be more vertical than it is.
Well, yeah, of course they would.
I think that the Americans, they have a very large defense budget, probably the largest in the world.
They do. They have the largest.
They are very keen to make sure that all partners are also putting their best foot forward when it comes to not just the numbers, the dollars, but what specific countries bring to the table in terms of their unique abilities and specializations. So NORAD modernization is a really good example. Canada is a northern country. We are an Arctic nation. We are committed to this bilateral air defense system that we have with the Americans and focusing in on some of our special areas of expertise, which is indeed operating in the north. But other things like cybersecurity, and there are other areas where we really do have special abilities. And I think that part of the interesting conversation with the Americans and other allies is now, and as we move forward into making other investments and other commitments, what is the specific role Canada can play? What are the specific capabilities that we can bring?
Well, based on what we heard from the White House today and in the run-up to this, they do keep pointing to NORAD and the idea of Arctic defense and protecting the Arctic in a way of Canada making a larger commitment to continental security in a way that would free up the U.S., I guess, to deal with overseas concerns. I mean, is that the cleanest way or the clearest way for Canada to contribute more is through the NORAD approach?
Well, I think that NORAD is a very, very important priority for Canada. I personally, as Canada's ambassador to the United States, am always very proud to highlight this binational arrangement that we have. It's the only binational command in the world, and it's incredibly special, and it sort of underlines the very special nature of our relationship. And it was put to the test recently, right, with the Chinese balloons, and it operated exactly as it's meant to. So we're in a moment where, yes, Canadians, but also importantly Americans, who don't necessarily follow defense issues all the time, are aware of NORAD. They understand it. They realize its value. So we should be building on that. And there's no doubt in my mind that the Prime Minister and the President will have a good discussion around the importance of NORAD.
Do you think they'll have an announcement that builds on our current commitments to NORAD on Friday? Do you think we're going to see meaningful progress on accelerating or increasing our approach?
Well, I think we'll have to see what comes out of that meeting. But, you know, I think the last thing to mention is that we are in the middle of a defense policy review. And in our defense policy review, we're consulting Canadians, we're consulting people in our own country, but we're also consulting our allies, including the Americans. And that kind of gets back to my point around we want to talk to our allies about when Canada spends its money, when Canada deploys its troops, when we do what we want to do to assist our allies around the world, at home and around the world, what is our best contribution? Where can our money and our efforts go the furthest? And those are really powerful conversations. So it's about how much, I suppose, but it's really about what and how you make the most of the contributions that you're putting on the table.
The U.S. talks about NORAD, and obviously in the context of continental security. They also are speaking about
of
Haiti
course they
in that
do.
context. We know that
Military-industrial complex in America would love
if
if we fucking spend
Do you
more money.
anticipate we will get some clarity on Friday on whether or not Canada will take on an increased role, a leadership role in Haiti?
So it's interesting the way you pose that question, that you say the President will raise it with the Prime Minister. I think the Prime Minister will raise it with the President. You know, I think that they will together discuss the situation in Haiti because both countries are paying a lot of attention and comparing notes all the time. Our experts are talking several times a week around what is going on in Haiti, what they're seeing on the ground, how the measures we've already put in place are working, what's more effective, what's less effective. So I think both leaders will share their thoughts on that and compare notes on that. We are working with the Americans, but we're also working with a lot of countries in the region and allies and international organizations. So I think that they're going to want to discuss all of that. And one thing that I think is most important in this discussion is that we make sure that we continue to have the same shared goal, and that is to sort of stabilize the country in a way that is sustainable for the Haitians and is something that the Haitians want for their country.
Right, but the U.S. request or hope has been for Canada to take a direct leadership role in whatever the official response is from the international community. Will we get clarity on that Friday? Because so far the response has always been it needs to be Haitian-led. We're there to help in ways that we can, sanctions, police training, support. But the U.S. ask goes beyond that. Do you think we'll get that answer on Friday?
I think the U.S. ask is for Canada to be part of the leadership of countries that are interested in making sure that things get onto a better footing in Haiti. And I think that we are doing that. And we are doing it through all the means that you have just mentioned, including trying to make sure that we're responding to the Haitians and what the Haitians want. So that discussion will, I think, happen in that context. It's not what the U.S. wants. It's got to be what Haitians want for Haiti.
So in the
I'm sure that the Haitians just want them to fucking leave, right?
With the United States. They talk about the migration at Roxham Road. They say we need to address root causes. They point to the political instability in Haiti as a root cause of migration, or a potential root cause. Do you think in the U.S. mind, action on one is linked to action on the other? That if we're going to get something that deals with the challenges at Roxham Road, there needs to be more significant action in Haiti from Canada?
I don't think they're linking those issues in that direct way. No, I don't. The way the conversation happens with the Americans and our other partners in the hemisphere is around the root causes of migration, which, yes, some of them are in Haiti. There's other countries that are in dire straits in the hemisphere as well, and those are leading to displaced peoples. So what we're talking about is how to, of course, stabilize those countries where those difficulties are taking place, how to find relief for them in neighboring countries, how to find relief for them elsewhere if necessary, and that's the way the conversation is going. It is not a direct, one-for-one, no.
We had Scotty Greenwood on the show last night, I'm sure you know well, talking about the economic hopes coming out of this and focusing on critical minerals. One thing she said is Canada needs to move faster on approving extraction projects, mining projects, big projects that will feed into the critical mineral continental supply system. Pierre Poilievre made that point today, that it's been decades in the ring of fire with no active projects. Are you hearing that in Washington, that they want Canada to move faster on this to meet the needs of this industry?
Of course.
That's not how I hear it in Washington. What I hear, there's no doubt that Canada needs to be efficient in moving forward in this very important area of expanding our critical minerals capabilities. But that has to be done in a way that is environmentally sustainable and that is respectful of the communities that are involved in the regions where those minerals will be found. That I think is really important. One of the specific attractions that we have as a country, as a supplier of critical minerals, as a processor of critical minerals, is that we do so in an environmentally sustainable way. We do so with respect for the communities where those resources are. So if we short circuit that, then our sort of the specific value of the Canadian minerals is lost. We might as well be some of these other countries that we're all trying to get ourselves away from because we don't really feel that they are extracting these in a way that makes sense. So when I talk to folks in Washington about this, what they're interested in is making sure that they partner to the maximum extent with Canada, not just because we have the minerals, but because we extract them and we process them in a way that is socially and environmentally conscious and responsible.
But is there a way to do all of those things? Because obviously those are very important. I'm not suggesting they're not. But to do it faster, because you hear the criticism that sometimes it could take 25 years to get a mine ready to be operational, 15, 20, 25 years. And with this almost like gold rush mentality right now for electric vehicles and to build that industry and the quest for capital, does Canada need to be more nimble on this to meet that demand?
I think there's probably always a way to do things better and more efficiently, right? Not just the
25 years
mining,
seems a little bit seems a little bit long,
getting the permits
right?
in place, but all of the things that go around making sure we have everything right. So in order to mine those products responsibly, we can always do better. We should always be working to do better, and we are.
So we're going to hear from the President and the Prime Minister around 4 o'clock Eastern, give or take, on Friday. What does success look like for Canada out of the President's first visit to the country?
So, when the President was first elected, Canada and the United States developed this document and plan for renewing our partnership, renewal of the Canada-US partnership. And it was exactly about that. It was trying to find ways in which our relationship had maybe not been as strong as we would have wanted it to be on areas of joint commitment, climate change, international alliances, helping the world democracies. I feel that 2 years on, we have made a lot of really important progress in working together in those areas. And so I think success
by like overthrowing socially elected
do we come out of this visit by saying, okay, our partnership is
government
renewed.
that was voted on
but
by the
not only
people.
That, we have a shared vision for the future. And in that vision,
we're helping democracy over there, right?
Very concrete ways in which we are going to make each other stronger, more resilient, more prosperous, more environmentally conscious, fighting climate change, and having safer, more secure, more equitable societies. So if we can say we have not only just taken stock of where we're at, but we've taken stock and we set the bar really high for how we are going to be working to mutually support each other in facing the not insignificant challenges of the day.
Okay, Ambassador Hillman, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Great to see you. Thank you.
So what can Canadians expect to hear in that speech? Bruce Heyman is a former U.S. ambassador to Canada, and he joins me now. So Ambassador Heyman, when Canadians tune into Biden's speech on Friday, what do you think they're going to hear?
Affirmation of the importance of the Canada-U.S. relationship, and we have no better partner, no better ally, no better friend than Canada. And that's what you
that's just
would
pandering,
expect,
though.
but it's so good to hear it. We know the relationship is strong and important, but having these moments where a president makes the journey and comes to your capital and expresses it directly to you and the Canadian people, that's an important aspect of a relationship between our two countries, and I'm so glad this trip is coming about.
Okay, that's what the president is going to say publicly, but there are a few issues they've got to deal with behind closed doors. I mean, just how blunt do you think those conversations, those private conversations, are going to be?
They'll be pretty direct. Blunt is a hard term because blunt means hard force. The reality is you sit down as friends. Both the president and the prime minister know each other fairly well at this point. They knew each other when he was vice president. They know each other now as president. Multiple interactions.
Do they really know each other that very
video,
well?
In person, around the world. And so they're going to come together as friends.
Do they know about
sitting across the table, when
Biden's
you have things that you want from a friend, it's a very different conversation than adversaries or other difficult issues. So blunt, He'll be straightforward, he'll be honest, but you know, the president and the prime minister are affable people. The tone that they take in general is constructive and upbeat, but they'll be direct. The president will be very direct.
So we know defense spending and NORAD modernization, that's going to be a topic of discussion. Canada ranks near the bottom of the NATO allies in terms of investment in the military. The U.S. would like to see a clear
who
upward
cares?
trajectory. I think they've made that very clear on military spending. In
I mean,
the
who
country.
cares though?
I mean, what sort of a message do you expect the president to deliver to the prime minister on that?
So I think you've outlined that well. Look, let's be realistic. I had these conversations with the Harper government while I was ambassador, and when we were coming up with the NATO commitments. I had these conversations with the Trudeau government, that this is an ongoing conversation that has taken place regardless of party in the United States, that there is a degree of expectation that the Canadians, you know, raise their military spending to meet the peer group in NATO and meet the expectations domestically for NORAD. So it wouldn't surprise me if this conversation came up, and we'll see how forceful it is. But in the preview from the White House today, this was clearly a subject that is going to be top of mind for the president. And I would also say, as it pertains to Ukraine and helping Ukraine out, there probably will be some asks here from Canada to help out further in the good work that you've already done.
Well, another issue that I think is on the agenda based on what we heard from the White House and what we heard in Mexico City the last time they met face-to-face is Haiti. We know the U.S. is raising the prospect of Canada leading some sort of international security force to help stabilize the situation as best they can in that country. And at least right now, sir, that appears to be a bit of a non-starter for the Canadian government. I mean, do you expect any movement on that one?
I don't know. Much of this has been negotiated by our embassy in Ottawa and your embassy in Washington, and these conversations are ongoing. And so I don't know whether something will be resolved at this point or not. But the fact of the matter is, I think a very direct message is, you know, Canada, you're a member of NATO, you're a partner in NORAD, you're a G7 country. To play at this level on the world stage, there's some expectation that, you know, we're going to have to count on you to take a leadership role in certain areas. In this region, we need help collectively in Haiti. Haiti is a very difficult place right now, and this is
It always has been a difficult place. Like what? Ever since like America decided to go into Haiti, it's been like a very fucking difficult place. Like it wouldn't have to be a fucking difficult thing if, you know, America decided not to go in guns blazing into fucking Haiti.
Do you think this could be an issue that comes up during this visit?
It may come up. I think that the larger issue is more globally the role of China and Russia now. Look at the juxtaposition of the world leader visits that are taking place this week. And you have the head of the largest economy and military of the world, the President of the United States, coming to visit his best friend, Canada, and you have the Chinese visiting their newfound friend, Russia. The differences are stark, and the contrasts are stark. But look, there are very strong messages here that are being sent as a result, and I think that, you know, the conversation around the world outside of this region and what's taking place will be, you know, a topic that will be top of mind, I think, in these conversations.
That global polarization, you know, autocracy on one side, democracy on the other, that's and China in particular, that's a big part of the critical mineral conversation and the strategy that's been laid out to build North American supply chains for these future industries, not have to rely on a country like China. We've heard from business groups and we've heard from people like Scotty Greenwood saying that, you know, Canada just doesn't move fast enough on project approvals. Is this something you felt when you were the ambassador here, that Canada just doesn't get these minerals and products to market quickly enough and needs to accelerate it if we're going to take advantage of this opportunity that's opening up right now?
You know, Americans are very quick to act on a lot of things. Sometimes it works really well for us and other times it doesn't. Canadians are slower, more measured, and more deliberative in their decision process. And sometimes it works really well for you, and sometimes maybe not as well. I would say there's a stark difference between our behaviors in this regard, and it wouldn't surprise me if we'd like to see Canada go a bit faster in a few of these areas. Canada has a strong competitive advantage. I've had this conversation with Prime Minister Trudeau.
All this
You have a
is
very strong competitive advantage with regard
like
to
all that I'm getting
minerals.
from this is just more fucking
what are
like
you gonna do?
military
How are you gonna get them
propaganda
delivered?
being like,
How are we
oh,
gonna
you
make that
know, we
work
got to
very
spend more money on the
quickly? Because
military
economies are
and
changing very fast
make sure every
in EV
the
and,
corporations that
other
make,
components
you
that
know, a
require
fuck
these
ton of
critical
money
minerals.
off of like
And so
death and
with,
destruction
I think
somewhere
it's
else
the
and like
U.S.-Canada relationship
keeping down other
to see
fucking
Canada
nations
move
and not
fast
letting them do,
So you think they
you
need
know,
to speed it up
what
in
they
a big way? I
want.
mean, the Inflation
No,
Reduction Act has put all this
it
money
just
on the table, all these
that's
subsidies on
essentially
the
what I'm
table
getting from
south
this.
of the border that we just can't match dollar for dollar as a country with an economy this size. What sort of measures do you think they need to do to boost the alacrity of this sort of response to the opportunity and the challenge?
I think we have 10 times the size of the economy, so we'd never have that expectation that you do that. But I think you need to be very targeted in your approach and identify those areas where it can dovetail so that we can do things together, make things together, build things together. And I do think the critical mineral area is a strong competitive advantage for you. And leaning in on that, where I think the Prime Minister has wanted to do, I think is a good thing. The speed in which you do that is a domestic issue that you guys will have to work through.
Okay, Bruce Heyman, it was really nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on tonight. That's Bruce Heyman, the former U.S. ambassador.
We begin in Ottawa, where on this foggy night, U.S. President Joe Biden has just touched down for his first official visit to Canada.
Don't fall.
Biden and his wife Jill were greeted by Governor General Mary Simon, Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, and Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly, among others.
God, I can
Later
smell his
tonight,
breath from
they will
here.
head to Rideau
Jeez.
Cottage for a dinner with the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and his wife Sophie. Biden is in this country for a two-day visit, the first by a U.S. president in many years.
I mean, to be
And
fair, we did
CBC's
have
Travis
Trump,
Damrosch
though,
is in
and like,
Ottawa and joins me now,
you know,
live.
Trump
So
didn't
Travis,
really
just
fucking
tell
do
us about
anything.
what the atmosphere was like as Joe Biden arrived.
Yeah, hey there, Andrew. Well, this certainly isn't a sight that you see every day, but the symbolism of having this plane, the most famous plane in the world, here on this tarmac in Ottawa, and the U.S. president in Ottawa, it certainly means a lot in terms of the relationship. What was the atmosphere like when Joe Biden arrived? Well, it's a cold day, cold night here in Ottawa, but the reception was very warm. You talked about Governor General Mary Simon, who was here, the Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, the Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly, Canada's ambassador to the United States as well. And the president is still here right now inside for a private bit of a reception before he heads to Rideau Cottage, where he'll have an intimate meeting with the Prime Minister and also Sophie Gregoire Trudeau. And the two will be able to share some private moments without, you know, all of the staff around them. That will be set aside for tomorrow. And tomorrow is going to be a busy day, Andrew, because things get started pretty early at 11 o'clock in the morning. That's when the president will head to Parliament Hill, where there'll be another welcome party. And then they'll get into the business of why he's here. And it's a host of issues that the president really needs to discuss with the Prime Minister that both affect the United States and Canada. Everything from trade, border security. I know that you're going to be talking about the news on Roxham Road a little bit later on your program. You know, climate change, the economy, China, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So there certainly is a lot to get through, and that work will get started tomorrow when the Prime Minister and the President meet in a more formal setting with staff and get into some of those granular details.
And so, Travis, tonight, as you say, the president is meeting with the Governor General, a small reception there, and then off to Rideau Cottage for, it's just a private gathering, just the four of them, right? Sophie Gregoire Trudeau, Jill Biden, the president, and the Prime Minister?
Yeah, and you know, we were on a briefing call yesterday with U.S. officials, and they underscored the relationship that both the Prime Minister and the President have, because it goes back quite some time to when Joe Biden was the Vice President. And also, you know, they talked about the relationship in general with Canada and the United States and said probably the biggest disagreement is when it comes to hockey. But certainly, you know, that meeting tonight will be
Who
where
cares?
some of those more private conversations, some of the more fine details about some of these large issues will likely be discussed. Now, tomorrow, we also know that there will be an address to Parliament from the President in the afternoon, and then a press conference, a joint press conference with the Prime Minister and the President in the afternoon, where we may hear some of those deliverables, because certainly there's a lot to get through. And also, the President, I should note, Andrew, is coming with a fairly large team, because there will be break-off meetings as well, where ministers and secretaries will be meeting on the sidelines to discuss some of these issues in detail.
Travis, we're going to get into the deep, important issues, but just on a lighter note, I hear that you have the details of what's on the menu for tomorrow's gala dinner.
You know, and I brought this up last half hour, and one of my producers said to me, why are you talking about the menu? And then I called a friend, and he said, I'm so glad that you talked about the menu, because people want to know about this, right? It's going to end with a bit of glitz at the gala dinner tomorrow at the Aviation Museum, and I'll give you just a sneak peek of the menu, what they'll be eating. Alberta beef braised short rib. They'll have cedar, salt, and seaweed crusted rare East Coast yellowfin tuna, and they'll have wild blueberry and Quebec maple mousse cake with a bit of screech rum, caramel, and sweetgrass meringue and fresh berries. So sounds good. I will be outside covering what is a bit of a red carpet. I'm not sure if the carpet will be red, but there will be dignitaries there. There will be ambassadors. There will be celebrities as well. I don't have a ticket, unfortunately, Andrew, inside.
Maybe there will be some leftovers for you, Travis. Let's hope. All right.
What?
Thank you. That is the CBC's Travis Darnarush live at Ottawa's airport. So for more on what we can expect from Biden's visit, we're joined by Eric Miller. He's a fellow at the Canadian Global Affairs Institute and president of Rideau Potomac Strategy Group, which specializes in Canada-U.S. issues, and we've reached him in Washington. And thank you, Eric, for taking the time. So, you know, we know that Joe Biden has officially touched down in Ottawa. It's an overnight visit. As we've been mentioning, he's going to leave with his wife, Jill Biden, to have dinner with the Prime Minister and his wife. How significant do you think this visit is going to be, and you know, the length of time that the president is spending here?
I think it's always significant when the president comes to Canada and the two leaders get to spend time together. The agenda is so large, both on the commercial relationship and the security relationship. So this is something that should be welcomed and celebrated. And also, we should look very carefully, because there'll be a lot of issues on the agenda, which, frankly, when you get two leaders together, you have a better chance of making progress than when you're just working with officials.
And I just want to alert, I think that we're seeing Joe Biden and Jill Biden leaving the hangar. There it is. This is a live shot. So you're looking at the Ottawa airport, where the President of the United States and the First Lady, they were attending a reception with the Governor General and some other officials and dignitaries at the Ottawa airport. And now we can see the President and First Lady as they are about to get in the vehicle known as the Beast, the presidential car there, and head about, I guess it's about a 20-30 minute drive or so from the Ottawa airport to Rideau Cottage, which is the Prime Minister's residence, for a dinner with Sophie Gregoire Trudeau. So the four of them having dinner tonight ahead of tomorrow. So these are, we just want to show these live shots, and Eric, we can continue to talk about this. I don't know how much you know just about the security of all of this, but we're hearing from our
Surely it's got to be massive,
really
right?
Intense, maybe even more so than when Barack Obama was here in 2009. Do you have any sense of the security involved in all of this?
Yeah, the security is considerable. It starts weeks in advance, and I think Mr. Biden should be assured he won't hit too much traffic on the way to meet the Prime Minister at Rideau Cottage, because every road is secured, and there is just a significant detail on the ground ensuring that he is safe when he is visiting Canada and that everything goes according to plan. But it is an enormous operation that takes weeks of planning in order to execute.
What do you make of the relationship of these two leaders and the fact that they're having a private dinner tonight? Do you have a sense that this is a relationship that needed some repairing, that there has been some distance because of the pandemic or because of a variety of other factors that have just been happening in the world?
Yeah, I think personally they like each other. As individuals, they feel in many
Probably, yeah.
respects like they have things in common, but the broader Canada-US relationship is something that does need some work. Obviously, the world is very different than it was in 2016 when Mr. Biden came to Ottawa as vice president. You've seen an acceleration of the rise of China, the war in Ukraine, certainly the pandemic. And so the sense is that the two leaders need to figure out perhaps how to work together a little bit more directly again. After all, Canada and the US need to, I think, figure out what their place is and what their relationship looks like in this new world. And that's something that direct discussions between leaders can help advance.
All right, and so again, if you're just joining us, that is the President of the United States there passing by Air Force One as he and Jill Biden, the First Lady, leave Ottawa's airport and head to Rideau Cottage, which is the residence of the Prime Minister, for a private dinner tonight ahead of an address to Parliament tomorrow, a bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister, and also a joint news conference where we know that there is going to be an announcement, Eric, and maybe you can talk a little bit more about this, and that is to close Roxham Road, which is an irregular border crossing in Quebec, in exchange for Canada accepting 15,000 more migrants from the Western Hemisphere, and that the agreement is expected to take effect quickly, potentially within days. What should we make of that?
So this is something that's enormously significant for the Trudeau government. Roxham Road has become an increasingly difficult political issue for them. And the sense is that Canadians are broadly supportive of the immigration system, but we've seen over time that that support declines when the sense is that people are not following the rules and they're crossing irregularly. The U.S., for its part, has been working very significantly to try to get Canada to take more migrants from the Western Hemisphere. After all, you see hundreds of thousands of people showing up on the southern U.S. border every year.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
United States, so they've been framing
Could
this
it
a little
be
bit
due
more
to the
as burden sharing.
destabilization of a lot of those countries? You know,
But ultimately, they're facing the same challenge, which is irregular migration.
maybe making
Support for immigration.
things as unlivable for those people as possible. Like, I wonder why, you know, there's so much mass migration to the Southern American border.
A priority for
I wonder.
the Canadian government. What do you think is going to be the key priority for the U.S. president and his administration?
National defense. The U.S. is going to be looking at Canada to really meet its 2% NATO commitment, something that for years it has not met, but which the U.S., in light of the Ukraine war, is looking for others to step up and do. At the same time, we've seen the Chinese spy balloon and the security situation vis-a-vis China getting more complicated. And so the U.S.'s number one ask will be for Canada to spend more on defense and become a more robust security partner.
Eric, good of you to take the time tonight. Thank you. Eric Miller, a fellow at Canadian Global Affairs Institute.
We're living in an age of possibilities. Xi Jinping asked me in the Tibetan Plateau, could I define America? And I could have said the same thing if he asked about Canada. I said, yes, one word, and I mean it, one word, possibilities. Nothing is beyond our capacity. We can do anything. We have to never forget. We must never doubt our capacity. Canada and the United States can do big things. We stand together. Do them together. Rise together.
The funny thing is that
write the future together. I promise you.
The conservatives didn't stand for like literally anything that like when they were clapping and shit, right? And Biden called him out on it. It was so funny.
God bless
I hope
you
they
all.
show
May
it.
God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So that happened. How do you rate this visit? For Canada, of course, but also for the United States. Perfectly positioned to talk about that, Canada's ambassador to the U.S., Kirsten Hillman. She joined us not long ago from the gala dinner, and we talked about that scene in the House of Commons when Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig got their standing ovation. Hillman was part of the effort to release them both.
It was a very long and challenging process of trying to work with the Americans and work with the Chinese government to get them out. And I thought about them every day for at least a couple of years as we were working on that and trying to strategize that both with our government but also with the Americans. And so I was really thrilled that they were able to be there today in the chamber, to feel the love from Canadians. I'm sure it's overwhelming for them, as it's overwhelming, I think, for a lot of us who work so hard on that. And it was an honor to be in their presence, quite frankly.
And Ambassador, China is on the minds of a lot of people in that chamber, a lot of people in this country. In terms of the Americans you're talking with, how much of a concern is the prospect of political interference by China here?
It is not something that has ever been raised with me in Washington, in the weeks leading up to this trip. And I think that we just doubled down on our resolve to make sure that we are ensuring that the institutions that are vital to our democracies, including, of course, our election systems, are as strong as they can be, and that we're learning from each other as we face these challenges. But they're not new challenges. These challenges are challenges that have been faced by the Americans, as I heard today, for a very long time. So it's good to be able to compare notes with them and talk to them.
And Ambassador, I'm wondering if you can decode something for me. The President said that he wasn't disappointed by the decision of Canada not to lead a mission in Haiti. Does that mean there won't be any more requests of Canada to lead any security mission? Is that now off the table?
If I were to decode what the President said, is that I think we had a very frank and honest conversation that right now what is needed is to disrupt the illegal gang activity, to disrupt the flow of money, to disrupt the flow of arms,
I love it when they disrupt and
safe and secure situation where food and fuel and medicine is getting
end up fucking like killing a bunch of fucking protesters, right? Like all that it is that they're just like using propaganda and like wording to like undermine what the fuck is going on in Haiti, right?
So some thoughts from the very busy Canadian ambassador,
as well as like using very selective language when talking about them.
To her last point about Haiti, Canada announced today that it's contributing $100 million to bolster that Haitian National Police Force. There will continue to be questions about how it can be ensured that money gets into the right hands. Just one of many questions to come out of today. So let's get some more insight from Chief Political Correspondent Rosie Barton and our Washington correspondent Alex Pineda. We asked you both not long ago what you found most striking in terms of the meat of this moment, the steak, not the sizzle. You chose exactly the same moment, the same announcement. So let's have a watch and then figure out why.
Our nations are blessed with incredible natural resources. Canada in particular has large quantities of critical minerals that are essential for our clean energy future, for the world's clean energy future. And I believe we have an incredible opportunity to work together so Canada and the United States can source and supply here in North America everything we need for reliable and resilient supply chains.
So Alex, let me start with you. Why this part of the speech?
Well, if you took a team of speechwriters in the Prime Minister's office and asked them to write a perfect speech for an American president to give on Canadian soil, I'm not sure they'd have come up with a better one than that one. However, to me, the most interesting news we learned today came after the speech in a statement the leaders issued, and it had to do with critical minerals. We've known for some time that the Pentagon was looking at funding mining projects in Canada to turbocharge the sector,
I wonder
part of this
why.
competition with China, and that they were considering Canadian projects. What we learned today is that this spring, money will be flowing from Washington to these mining projects in Canada and the United States. We don't have the details yet.
Okay. Rosie, when you heard that, was this as much a message to China as it was to Canada?
Yeah, I mean, first, to be fair, I didn't know all of that until Alex told me. So now I interpret that part of the speech a little bit differently. It was certainly a message to China that this continent is preparing to create its own domestic supply chain, that there were lessons learned, certainly from the pandemic, but there are also messages being sent to countries that do not share the same values as Canada and the United States. So that is a message there. I also think that this is what the Liberal government, as Alex was talking about, is trying to create in this country, which is an economy that is based on clean energy, green energy. You've seen a lot of moves lately by ministers doing that, and you'll see more of that in the budget that comes on Tuesday.
All right, so Alex, from the people you talk with in the U.S. as Biden heads home, What's the next step for him? What should we really be looking for?
Well, the next big political story is, does Donald Trump get arrested? I mean, really, that's what everyone's watching in Washington. But I bring him up for a reason.
And it's
before
great.
this trip, I looked through every single speech a U.S. president had given in Canada since the 1960s. And it seems to me that there's a before Donald Trump and an after Donald Trump. That he kind of changed the framework we're living in on a variety of issues. On China. China was not regularly discussed as an adversary until now. On trade, when Ronald Reagan spoke here, when Bill Clinton spoke here, trade was an unalloyed good. Just expanding it was good, no questions asked. And now you're seeing maybe it hurts the middle class. On migration is something to control, not to encourage.
How does
right? And so that's those are three of the things that I think he may have changed. And there's the political universe he created is the one we're still living in.
I'm just really confused by that. What?
Anything left on the
Immigration is a good thing, and trade is a good thing. Like what?
First of all, I want to see how this safe third country agreement change actually works in practice, and whether it does result in people trying to cross in a way that is unsafe. So what does that look like, and what do we see over the course of the next couple of days, because that goes into effect already? And then I think, how does the government use this to spin off into the budget on Tuesday, but also to try and get away from some of the controversies that have been haunting it for the past number of weeks? Can they sort of sustain the momentum that they've got out of this visit?
Excellent. Rosie Barton.
An overdue visit between two friends.
Here we are.
Justin Trudeau welcoming U.S. President Joe Biden for his first full day of this official trip.
We have no greater friend and ally than the United States.
The day packed with photo ops, meetings, and an address to Parliament.
Bonjour, Canada.
Biden opening with moments of levity.
I have to say, I like your teams except the Leafs.
Then delivering a passionate speech.
Today, our destinies are intertwined and they're inseparable.
Calling for an even stronger relationship during challenging times.
We will always be able to count on the United States of America. I guarantee it.
Both countries acknowledge the serious challenge China poses to international order and committed to working together to combat foreign interference.
This is not a moment to compromise on our values.
Trudeau, who's been under intense scrutiny for weeks over his handling of China's election meddling attempts, pointed to two special guests in the crowd.
Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor.
The two Canadians arbitrarily detained in Chinese prisons.
Yeah, it was the
for
fucking
3
spies
years,
that got arrested,
used as an
right?
example of cooperation. Canada and the U.S. worked together to set them free.
I mean, it's their fault for being shit at their job, to be honest.
The rule of law prevailed, and the Michaels came home.
After a day of talks, both countries claiming wins. For Canada, closing irregular checkpoints like Roxham Road to asylum seekers.
After midnight tonight, police and border officers will enforce the agreement and return irregular border crossers to the closest port of entry with the United States.
In return, Canada investing more than $7 billion to upgrade fighter jet bases and high north landing strips, and giving $100 million to Haiti to help its national police. Not everything Biden asked for, but he let Trudeau off the hook.
Well, no, I'm not disappointed. Look, this is a very, very difficult circumstance. The idea of how do we deal with what's going on in Haiti, where gangs have essentially taken the place of the government.
The day ending with one more red carpet, a gala filled with dignitaries and Canadian stars.
So, Ashley, let's go back to that announcement about new money for Haiti. It's movement, but there are still challenges with it.
Yeah, Adrian, look, Biden wanted Canada to lead an international mission in Haiti to restore order. That's not happening. And instead, both countries are going to invest in equipment and training and support for Haiti's national police force. But it's coming late. The crisis already took a sudden and dramatic turn for the worse. Police have been killed, others are quitting and walking away. And it could be challenging to make sure that that money gets into the right hands.
And let's bring in our chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton, now. So, Rosie, lots of announcements, but if we step back a bit, to what degree did each country get what they wanted out of this?
You know, I think each bit got a little bit. The goal of this was really to show how close Canada and the U.S. remain, and that they are very integrated, whether it be trade, the economy, climate change, all those different things. I think there was also an intent to show force, a show of force for the world at a time when there is a war in Europe, relationships, alliances are being questioned. So that was an important signal to the world. I do think Canada got a little bit more, though, here, to be fair. I think closing that loophole to allow Canada to turn away asylum seekers at the border is a big deal politically. It makes a big difference for Justin Trudeau. Canada got some assurances on supply chains and how we will feed into the U.S. economy. And then finally, for Canada to not bow to that pressure to lead a security mission in Haiti is really significant. And for the president to say he was not disappointed in that decision, that he got it, really indicates to me that they were listening to what Canada had to say on that front.
Do you think Justin Trudeau will go home tonight and say, well, that worked. That was a success?
Yeah, I think he will, and I think the president will. There was no blunder by anyone. There was no public criticism by the president. That sometimes happens on these trips. There was no mention, for instance, the fact that we have not met our NATO defense spending target. The president could have said that. He chose not to. So this was a moment for the world to see two nations working together, certainly, for Canada to get a little bit of attention for the U.S., and ultimately for the prime minister to sort of bask in a bit of the shine of the U.S. president and on all that entails.
All right, Rosie, thank you very much.
Good to see you.
You too.
So the funniest thing about that, or like the like when Biden was speaking in the House of Commons, right? You know, they had you had the conservatives just sitting down, right? And Biden called them out for like being misogynistic and shit. It was really funny. I really wish I could have found the clip. As well as like there was a there was a like a dinner between the president and the leaders of the parties, and you know, the only leader that didn't go was Pierre Poilievre. Unsurprising, that fucking Millhouse looking ass. He lied and said that he didn't receive any invitation to do so, but yet when it came out, or when like the when the government released the like the receipts, that being like, hey, he did receive it and he did reply, you know, he's it was just more of a fucking political tool more than anything, to be honest with you. Like it just honestly, it just makes Pierre Poilievre just look petty, right? Like it's so silly. Like he invited literally everyone. You know, with May, Jagmeet Singh, Justin Trudeau, Pierre Poilievre. Poilievre's not. It was the only one not to go. So, yeah. So let's move on to some other stuff. The Ontario minimum wage is to increase to $16.55 per hour, which is like nothing, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, in rural Ontario, I think the living wage is 18 an hour, and in the greater parts of, like, say, Toronto or Ottawa, it's at least 24, or is it 28? I don't remember. Ontario. So do keep in mind that this isn't really going to change anything, to be honest with you. Labor advocates and opposition parties have pushed for $20 per hour minimum wage. Ontario's minimum wage is set to rise to $16.55 an hour on October 1st. This marks a 6.8% boost from the current rate of $15.50 an hour, an increase tied to inflation. The government says the increase means someone will be making minimum wage and working 40 hours per week could see their pay increase by $2,200 per year. Labor advocates and opposition site or critics have said Ontario should introduce a $20 minimum wage. The Ontario Living Network says a living wage in many parts of the province would be $19 but in the Greater Toronto area it would be $23. Okay, so I was close. I just couldn't remember exactly what it was. Labor Minister Monton McNeganton says the increase on October 1st will go a long way towards helping people in the cost of living. Yeah, no, it won't. I'm sorry, it won't. I'm very proud to record around. I'm very proud of my record around minimum wage to increase it to $16.55 per hour, the highest of any province in the country, he said. I mean, to be fair, it is also like one of the most expensive it's also one of the most expensive provinces in the country outside of like BC. But I also want it to be clear that minimum wage jobs should be a starting point and not an end point. That's why we're investing hundreds of millions of dollars to retain and upskill workers for bigger paychecks. The funny thing is that when you look at like say Denmark, who have a higher unionization rate, and then like a $24 per hour minimum wage, like the funny thing is that like, you know, people aren't sticking to working at like say McDonald's, right? They're going out and like working other jobs. Like, you know, it's just that, you know, if they have their needs met regardless of what fucking job that they're doing. Like, minimum wage should be a living wage. Ontario is also working on its portable benefits plan that would provide health and dental benefits attached to a worker, not a workplace, McNaughton said or noted. The program is intended to cover workers in the gig economy, retail, and hospitality jobs who don't have benefits. And accommodate people who may change careers throughout their lives. Task force set to deliver a blueprint for it this summer. Yukon's minimum wage is higher at $16.77, and the federal government's minimum wage will be $16.65 as of Saturday. McNaughton said the government is inciting the October 1st increase now in order to give businesses time to plan. The PCs canceled a planned minimum wage to increase from 14 to 15 per hour and took after they took the office in 2018. The government raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour in January of last year, which is bullshit. Also on October 1st, the minimum wage for students will increase from $14.60 to $15.60 an hour for those under 18 who work 28 hours per week, a week or less when school is in session, or work during a school break or summer holiday. People who are paid, people who do paid work of their own homes for employers will have to be paid at least $18.20 per hour up from $17.05 per hour. Minimum wage for hunting, fishing, and wilderness guides is set to be raised from $77.60 to $82.85 when working less than 5 consecutive hours in a day, and from $155.25 to $165.75 when working 5 or more hours in a day. And with that, the federal budget emits pharmacare, which is unsurprising. We already knew that was going to happen. Jagmeet Singh took a victory lap at his new Democrat caucus meeting on Wednesday in a speech that praised his party's wins in the recent federal budget, but notably absent from the NDP leader's speech from the 2023-24 spending plan was any mention of one of his party's biggest priorities, pharmacare. The confidence and supply agreement requires the government to table legislation on a pharmacare framework by the end of the calendar year in exchange for the NDP's support on key votes in the House of Commons. Both parties say that it is still on track to happen, though even if the bill is introduced in December, it is unclear when the program will be operational and when Canadians could begin to save money when filling their prescriptions. Asked Wednesday about why the budget contains several other NDP priorities but not pharmacare, Singh said, what we were able to force the government to do is what we could negotiate. The NDP still claimed a win after the government announced Tuesday that it would pump billions of dollars into new dental program and committed to introducing anti-scab legislation by the end of the year. But when political experts and conservatives are calling it an NDP-inspired budget, New Democrats say if it was truly the case, money for pharmacare would have been part of it. The Liberals don't seem to be committed, Singh said on Wednesday, adding that when the deal was originally struck, the NDP had difficulty pushing the Liberals to commit to anything beyond introducing a legislative framework. Pharmacare remains one of the only wedge issues that continue to divide the two parties, said David Tabanek, a professor of political science at Insping University. The NDP and Liberals have become one in everything but name. I don't know what color red and orange make, but it's the kind that we're getting at. an expert panel appointed by Liberals recommended in 2019 that a universal single payer public pharmacare system should be created in Canada to replace current patchwork of prescription drug plans. The panel, which is led by former Ontario Health Minister Eric Hoskins, reported that such a plan could save Canadians an estimated $5 billion per year. It's really fallen off the table in part because of the pandemic and because they increased spending so much, said Linda Milligan, a political science professor at the University of Windsor. She noted that the government is anticipating a $40 billion deficit for the coming fiscal year. They do not have money, and they need to negotiate with the provinces to, much like childcare, these are not one-off funding requests. It's structural and would commit future governments to it, which is a difficult sell for the provinces. Why? Like, I get, like, all the fucking provinces are, like, conservatives right now, but, like, the conservatives say they give a shit about people, but they never end up fucking doing anything with it, right? Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has continued to skirt around the topic, saying on Wednesday that his government will work to bring down drug prices for Canadians while lasting with other jurisdictions. Experts say that a year to the Liberal NDP deal, which was originally slated to extend to 2025, it looks like pharmacare has become the carrot that the Liberals dangle in front of the New Democrats to keep their support. They question whether Liberals will actually pass legislation, even if they introduce it. I think everyone sees the writing on the wall with this one, said Elgin. At the end of the day, the Liberal government isn't going to give the NDP everything it wants, said David McGreen, political studies professor at the University of Saskatchewan, because he said the government doesn't want to give the impression that it's being rolled. So stupid. Liberals have been going very slowly with pharmacare. McGran said they're doing as little as possible, but enough to fulfill the deal. Plus, he pointed out the Liberals may want to keep the productive policy in their back pocket to use as future election campaigns. While pharmacare might not be the centerpiece of the next Liberal campaign, he said, why not run another election? And say, we'll make progress on pharmacare. If you get the pharmacare deal done, you can't run on it the next election.
Parliament Hill is reeling from yet another shocking allegation leveled against a sitting member of Parliament. Global News reported last evening, citing two unnamed sources, that Liberal MP Han Dong secretly advised a Chinese diplomat to delay the release of Canadians Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. Just hours later, Han Dong rose in the House of Commons.
Let me be clear. What has been reported is false, and I will defend myself against these absolutely untrue claims.
Dong also informed the House that he will sit as an independent MP. Opposition MPs are outraged.
On what date did the Prime Minister find out the revelations that one of his MPs may have helped keep our people in jail?
We will never accept any form of premise that this government and Canadians
didn't work enough to bring them back home.
Enough is enough. Every day, new allegations come forward about political interference that erode the public's trust in our democracy. Communities are at risk of being stigmatized. We need to clear the air.
So
I mean,
after
he's right.
question period, opposition parties voted together to pass a non-binding NDP motion calling on the Liberal government to launch a public inquiry. Han Dong voted for that motion. How is the government going to respond to all of this? We're going to bring in the power panel now to break it all down. Vandana Cotter is a political consultant and a former advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Dimitri Soudis is a former director of communications to Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Andrew Thompson is a former Saskatchewan NDP finance minister, now chief of government relations at the University of Toronto, and the CBC's Jason Markisoft. Thanks, gang. It's a big news day. Thank you so much for joining us. Vandana, start with you. Han Dong denies the allegations against him, but he told Global News that he did talk to the Consul General in 2021, not about Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, and the Prime Minister's office did not know about the discussion until these stories came out or they were contacted about the stories. How do you think the Prime Minister's office should have reacted to that when they got the call? Are they handling this properly?
I think so. I think they have allowed Han Dong to take this opportunity to be independent. I think that was the right decision to do. And I think they've said what they've had to say on Han Dong when the accusations first came about. I think him stepping aside is the right decision to make and allows him to be off focus and the government to continue with the job at hand.
Dimitri, when we saw a similar allegation with Vincent Ke at Queen's Park, he stepped aside right away from Doug Ford's caucus. How do you think Stephen Harper would have handled this if something like this happened when he was Prime Minister?
Probably the exact same.
It's hard to look back and say how would have. You know, it's always easy to be the Monday morning quarterback. What I'm seeing in Ottawa right now is this is a template case study as to how not to handle a crisis in the political world. You know, we've been seized with this issue for the last couple of months. And the challenge with a prime minister, and I'm truly not being partisan when I'm analyzing this, is he started off by almost denying and saying there's really no issue here. Then he moved into a mode of minimizing it. And then he finally said enough is enough. Political interference is a serious problem in this country. So I'm going to appoint somebody to tell me what to do. And essentially it's what he did by appointing former Governor General David Johnston. You know, Mr. Dong, beyond just saying I will quit Liberal caucus, because he deserves due process. Let's be clear. He ended up leaving the government caucus over a story that aired last night with unnamed sources. He should be demanding due process. He should be demanding that whatever has been said against him or whatever evidence there is against him be made public. And furthermore to that, again, to go back to the Prime Minister's office, and I don't want to be the Monday morning quarterback, but the first thing I would have done last night when that Global News story aired, I would have called the clerk of the Privy Council and I would have said, dinner is canceled tonight. We need to have a meeting. You need to bring the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister. You need to bring in the head of CSIS because the Prime Minister wants to be briefed on exactly what it is that is alleged against a member of Parliament, regardless of whether that member of Parliament is a member of the government caucus or not. And to add to this craziness, I don't know how Mr. Dong, if it is true, how he thought that asking the Chinese government to delay the release of these two Canadians would have benefited the Conservative Party. When hostages are released, the net benefactor is the Prime Minister of Canada because he's seen as playing a leadership role. Yeah, the political calculation, Andrew, in the story, I don't know. I covered the 2019 and 2021 elections. I know there was great anxiety in the Liberals that something bad would happen with Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spavor, you know, just in general, but more acutely during the election cycle. So I'm not sure how suggesting holding on to them helped the Liberals because a release would benefit the Conservatives, but you know, I wasn't part of this conversation. But what do you make of this situation where we're in now, where Han Dong has left the caucus? He says he did nothing to harm Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, and that he's a loyal and innocent Canadian with no way to clear his name.
Well, we're watching a train wreck in slow motion, unfortunately. I mean, there should be nothing that is new to the Prime Minister in terms of the allegations that are being made that he will not have been previously briefed on. To assume that he's not briefed on not only what Mr. Dong is being accused of, but what the other 10 MPs who are supposedly named in the CSIS intelligence papers are being accused of. Now, he will know who those MPs are. He will know whether he is one of those MPs that has been named. And I think what now needs to happen is very quickly, they need to push forward with the Johnson report, make sure that the basic facts are established, put in place a public inquiry that is surrounded by adults, not the kind of foolishness that we were seeing coming out of the committee driven by MPs like Conservative Michael Cooper and that kind of witch hunty stuff that was going on. But actually focus in on what the allegations are, allow these members of parliament an opportunity to explain why they are implicated or what they know about it, whether it's witting or unwitting engagement on this file, and for them to then clear the air on this. There's no other way for this now to go away. And I think that that's what the problem is. Now, the difficulty is political leaders, and this is true for both the Prime Minister and it appears Premier Ford, who was briefed on the allegations against the MPP in his caucus back in November, is that they have opted to do nothing until it becomes public. And that in itself,
I mean,
think
yeah,
is causing its own set of
because they're okay with
But
it.
does that tell us, Andrew, just quickly, that they've chosen to do nothing until it went public? Is that because they wanted to ignore it as a political problem, or what they were presented with wasn't significant enough or clear enough for them to act? Because Doug Ford said that it was all very vague what they got, and I think it was his staff. But that's what I wonder with this, right?
Well, it could be, but then the responsibility clearly on them has to be how do they inoculate their government against the allegations that are clearly going to pop up on the front page of the papers or in the news media programming that runs 24/7 now.
Right.
That's part of the political calculation. That's why we have these large political offices sitting around the prime ministers and the premiers, is to make sure that those situations are managed in advance.
So Jason, they've laid out a process, right? Special rapporteur, he's got until May 23rd. David Johnston does to decide whether or not there will be an inquiry. It just seems like this story and the allegations and the politics is moving way faster than that process. I mean, is it tenable to wait until May 23rd for a decision on how this is going to be investigated?
With every call, it becomes less and less tenable. With every call, with every drip revelations, and the clearest pattern in this, beyond the Liberals' habit of trying to minimize, avoid their various tactics, is that there are more revelations, that there are intelligence sources, people from the intelligence community who have motivations to speak to Sam Cooper of Global and Steve Chase and Robert Fife at Globe Mail, who are doing incredible work on this. We also know that it's about 2 weeks from now. We're going to finally get Katie Telford, the Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Trudeau, to testify, and that will certainly be another inflection point in this, one which the Liberals resisted for a long time. So, yeah, May 23rd seems like an eternity away in this on this story. And let's also remember that David Johnston was not assigned to cover things outside the scope of the two elections. What Han Dong is accused of doing was not election related, so I'm not even sure if what Prime Minister Trudeau has assigned him to do would even cover this.
Well, actually, if you look at his mandate and point 1, because I have this right next to me, it's required reading for this job. He's asked to assess the extent and impact of foreign interference in Canada's electoral process. And I asked Dominic LeBlanc about this earlier this week, I think it was. You lose track of time in this story. But he said, look, David Johnston can decide how far, how deep, how broad, how wide he wants to go. It's up to him. So they're not restricting him, because I think the New Democrats would have cried bloody murder had they tried to put too big of a fence around it, and it would have maybe jeopardized that agreement. But Vandana, going back to the question I sort of asked Jason, this is moving faster than the special rapporteur process. As well-intentioned as it may have been, it's not moving at the political pace. So, I mean, how long is this waiting until May 23rd a viable political position for the Liberals to hold?
I think that, information is going to evolve as it comes. And we can't jump on partisan or political needs to all of a sudden ask for things. They've already put forward a plan, and that plan is with the special rapporteur.
I mean,
he needs time. This is a big thing that Mr. Johnston is taking
I mean,
on.
we should be doing it, right?
Look at 2019, 2021, and as you just mentioned with Dominic LeBlanc, all the other pieces as well.
Right.
That's something, these are decisions that have to be made based on fact. And he needs the time to look at the facts, get all the information he requires to properly advise on this. I understand there's more heat on the government in order to move faster, but I think in order to get the right answer happening, in order to give Mr. Johnson the space he needs to give the proper advice, this is the timeline we have to follow.
But, you know, Dimitri, they have a plan, as Vandana says, but, you know, to quote the great political philosopher Mike Tyson, every fighter has a plan until they get hit in the face. And last night was a real roundhouse to this plan. So, I mean, at what point do they have to deviate from that? Or can they just rough it out? Because that's certainly, toughing it out certainly seems to be their intention right now.
Well, in political communications, it's similar to what Wayne Gretzky used to say. It's not about where the puck is, but figuring out where the puck is going to be. And on this issue, the government has failed, again, respectfully, miserably, in figuring out where this is going. And as Jason mentioned, and I do intend the following pun, this is like Chinese water torture. There will be more stories. Clearly, somebody at CSIS has an axe to grind for unknown reasons and keeps leaking things that are causing daily damage to the government. And think about it. The Prime Minister's office right now, it has clearly become dysfunctional. And we went through similar situations when we were in government where our only focus was crisis management.
If not more.
Unless you are able to look ahead and say, okay, how does this story end? And get out ahead of it, you're just going to be literally crippled. Tomorrow, President Biden's going to be here. I guarantee you he's going to get a question by the press gallery as to whether or not he is concerned by Chinese interference in the Canadian democracy. And for the life of me, I truly don't understand why the Prime Minister needed to appoint somebody, anybody, to tell him what to do. This is something that the Prime Minister should be deciding. You know, 20 years ago this month, Jean Chrétien made a decision that Canada would not be going to Iraq. He didn't need to appoint a special envoy or a rapporteur to come back and tell him what to do. So I struggle with the indecisiveness. I also struggle with the fact that the government was resisting for far too long to send the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff to testify. She's testified before. And the point here is, and in defense of the Prime Minister, you know, I used to get regular security briefings. It doesn't mean that the Prime Minister got all the same information because you have to measure what ends up on the Prime Minister's desk. So, you know, Ms. Telford is going to find herself in a peculiar situation. And the only question I'm asking myself, and I think Canadians are asking themselves, is the way that the government is handling this, the only question that begs itself is, what do they have to hide?
Right. So,
I mean, of course they're hiding stuff. Like, why else would they not be doing an inquiry?
CSIS or
we
information service
we already
right
know
now.
this.
It's what's ending up on Sam Cooper's desk, Bob Fife's desk, Steve Chase's desk. I mean, we don't know if CSIS is the source of the leak, but it's a lot of CSIS information, certainly on its face. I mean, at what point do the intelligence agencies have to speak out, answer some of this, clear some of this up, go to a parliamentary committee, and lay out some clarity on exactly what we're witnessing in our politics right now?
Well, absolutely, that has to happen. There's no doubt that this cannot be only the one side of the story, which is the so-called revelations, which are based in intelligence, which isn't necessarily even actionable intelligence, but is simply you know, taking stock of what they've heard. The bigger question, I would expect that this is a question that President Biden will be raising to the Prime Minister tomorrow, is how can the Five Eyes trust the Canadian security agencies to stay quiet? I mean, how can that information be protected? Because what says that they don't now get upset about something that they've learned through an American intelligence network? That leaky sieve of a security agency needs to be brought back into a professional mandate, and needs to have proper oversight on it, and it needs to answer the questions, notwithstanding what the material issue is that they've raised. Those need to be addressed, certainly through the parliamentary system that the NDP is pushing for. But the bigger question around how CSIS itself is being monitored is a significant issue.
You know, Jason, we had the initial appearance at committee by some of the national security apparatus when the initial wave of reporting came out, but it feels like it's moved well beyond that now. Certainly in terms of like political heat and pressure and really concern. I mean, what happens now with the heads of these intelligence agencies, do you think?
Well, I think the extent to which we talk about the untenable situation the Prime Minister and Liberal Party government find themselves in, I think that CSIS and other security organizations are finding themselves in the same one. There will be temptation to them to go public with more things to clear the air. But as to Andrew's point, the security the security level anxiety internationally is going to be high, including the fact that there are now reports about phone surveillance of the Chinese consulate. I mean, not a huge surprise that has to happen fairly often. But the extent to which they're concerned, and China's learning a lot through these stories as much as Canadians are through this reporting about what Canadian intelligence is gathering, what they suspect, what they believe, and what they report. We're also certainly going to have CSIS and others be more forthcoming to the private security committee struck by Trudeau and looking into this, and David Johnson. But in terms of that being public stuff, don't expect a whole lot.
Vandana,
does
Dimitri
anyone...
and Andrew and others have made the point that just because it's intelligence that's prepared for the Privy Council office or the Prime Minister's office, it doesn't mean it necessarily makes its way all the way up to the Prime Minister. And this is something we've heard repeatedly in this. Is there a requirement now for the people who run the intelligence agencies, prepare these briefings, to explain some of this in an open forum so that Canadians can understand it, reporters can understand it, and parliamentarians can understand it? Because it's opaque, the world of spycraft, as it probably should be. But it feels like the horse is out of that burn, and that burn is on fire.
Well, yeah, I have a lot of concerns with people going on and telling other people that I've tried to raise this, but I'm sharing this with you. There's systems for a reason. And I actually have a lot of concern with people almost like vigilantes trying to put out information that they feel like that shouldn't have been flagged up. There is a reason it's not flagged up usually. There are many people...
the only reason why they're doing so is because, I'm sure that there's some political motivation behind it for sure. But as well as this is a serious thing, and it should be released to the public. And, we should be doing a fucking inquiry into it as well.
Public servants who look at this information and help decide along with other people what the PM sees and what he doesn't see. There's a whole country to run. There's many issues, but I do think our public service agencies need to understand and explain what's happening here, because it's not just distrust in the system from the public. People have to understand that they can trust their security systems because their information's with them. They have to feel safe with them, and these leaks don't help.
Right. So, Dimitri, I've never received a CSIS briefing or a CSIS leak, but Corey Tanaik, who you would know well, not exactly a liberal apologist, he has said in public forums that the briefings and the information he got in the Prime Minister's office from CSIS were very nonspecific, they were very vague, and he described them as essentially useless. I don't know if that's a fair characterization or not, but what is your experience from your time in the Prime Minister's office on the quality of the stuff you got from CSIS in terms of whether you could take action on it?
Well, it would be hard for me to disagree. And I remember occasions where I used to get those briefings, and they used to arrive in an envelope or in a cardboard folder. It said "top secret for your eyes only." They only brought paper copies. They took them with them after the briefing, and then I would open it, I would read it, and I would turn to the person briefing me and say, "I just saw that on CNN.
What?
How is this for your eyes only?" And you bring it in a piece of paper that you can't take back. Now, having said that, the challenge with, and I share Vandana's point, the Prime Minister does not see everything. If you all remember Paul Martin, the day after the Auditor General report, he came out and said, "I knew nothing of all of this." So on one hand, you come across as a liar, or on the other hand, you come across as incompetent. So the challenge, because politics is perception at the end of the day. And when perception starts to settle in, and Ms. Telford is going to have to answer a lot of these questions on what did she know, and of what she got briefed on, what did she brief the Prime Minister on? Another point that I'll make is, and again, I feel bad because I like her, the Clerk of the Privy Council should also come to committee and ask some questions. The two people that ultimately have full access to the Prime Minister in a way that nobody else does, including ministers, are the Clerk of the Privy Council and the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. So it's almost you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If the Prime Minister chooses to say, "I didn't know," well, then he's incompetent or a liar. Or if he wasn't briefed on it, then the government becomes incompetent because they didn't act on it. So unfortunately, the reality of politics is that perception dominates reality.
Okay. I want to move on to this Daniel Smith stuff. So the CBC broke story of and had released I think it was 11-minute audio of her and Pastor Arthur Poloski's conversation. So Smith, and she's trying to sue the CBC for it, despite the fact that, you know, she literally said everything, like everything that she said, and like they're just reporting on it. Smith said last month she explained to Pastor Arthur Poloski she could not grant an amnesty. Alberta Premier Daniel Smith spoke to a pastor just weeks before his criminal trial on pandemic-related charges, promising she would again discuss his case with justice officials beyond their earlier pleas she had already made on COVID-related prosecutions. On the phone conversation between Smith and Arthur Poloski, a controversial Calgary street pastor, happened in early January, just weeks before his trial in Lithenberg on February 2nd. Poloski faces charges of criminal mischief and an offense under Alberta's Critical Infrastructure Defense Act related to last year's Coutts Alberta border blockade. A justice is set to deliver a verdict in early May. CBC News has obtained a full copy of the recorded conversation and has verified it. The call reveals that her conversation with top Alberta justice officials about pandemic-related prosecutions were more frequent and specific than she admitted publicly. That's unsurprising. In the recording, Smith divulged she had already been having almost weekly communication with Justice Department officials, and said rules confine her to only questioning two things: the reasonable likelihood that the pandemic-related prosecutions would result in conviction, and whether proceeding would be in the public interest. This is the audio here, right?
Call as well. So, Premier, I wanted to just introduce this concept because I think, you know, the UCP is not Arthur's enemy. It's the NDP. But he does have a problem that he thinks you may be able to help out with. So, Arthur, take it away.
Arthur, nice to talk with you. I'm not sure if we've ever had a chance to talk before, but I've been watching your public advocacy for many years, so it's nice to connect with you.
Well, we had an opportunity to talk to each other during the Wild Rose forming of the party many years ago, but if it comes to the latest ordeals, no, this is the first time. So I thank you so much for taking this time and listening to what is happening. As you are aware, I am still on house arrest, facing 10 and a half years of imprisonment for my speech in Coutts. And of course, that's very concerning to me.
Do keep in mind that he is responsible for the blockade in Coutts. Keep that in mind.
I came to a conclusion that I don't think I have an option except to start swinging your way because of the promises that were never fulfilled.
Well, we're in a bit of a bind because of what happened with Jody Wilson-Raybould and the Prime Minister. Because what we discovered in how our justice system works is they don't really have the power of clemency the way a U.S. president or a governor in the United States has. It's not quite the way our system works.
Here's the thing. Danielle Smith thinks that she has the powers of an American president, which she just flat out does not have, right? So that's why she was meddling with this, because she thought she had that fucking power. It just goes to prove how fucking stupid she is.
Once the process is underway, I can ask our prosecutors, is there a reasonable likelihood of conviction? And is it in the public interest? And I assure you, I have asked them that almost weekly ever since I got started here. There have been a number of cases that have been abandoned at the last minute as they've gone through that assessment. And I'm very hopeful that that will be the case for more cases. But there isn't really a mechanism for me to order them to drop cases. It's complicated that way. It's just the way our legal system works, I'm afraid.
So here is the update on my case. I was hoping that the Crown prosecutor is going to do the right thing. However, he did. His name is Johnston, Stephen Johnston. He's from the Special Force of Prosecutors in the province of Alberta. He dumped on our labs over 1,000 pages document and hundreds of hours of testimonies to frustrate our defense. So the trial is in 3 weeks. I'm facing, like I said, a number of years if they would have their way. And instead of sitting down and resolving the problem, we had to hire an entire legal team, which will cost over $150,000 extra to come through this massive additional disclosure that we never had before. So obviously, the Minister of Justice, Tyler Chandra, is playing a game here, trying to cause us more harm and more grief. And Johnston is just following his directives. So I'm a little bit confused.
Let me check on that, because I don't think it would be from the minister. I think the issue is that once the ball is rolling, these Crown prosecutors seem to be very independent, and we can only ask the two questions as I mentioned of you. So I doubt very much that this is being driven by the minister, but I have also raised it with the deputy minister and let him know my dissatisfaction with the tactics. So can you just leave this with me, and I will make that request.
Like, do keep in mind that she's also willingly sharing a lot of, classified information and private information that, only she has access to with this guy.
More time. My principal policy advisor, Rob Anderson, who's been doing most of my work with justice and pushing this along, he's not back from vacation until Monday. So we'll see if we can revisit that this week. We did just have a case, and Ezra told me about it, that there was a case where they did something along the same lines, huge document dump, and then they just abandoned the case. They didn't prosecute it the next day. So I'm watching to see evidence that they're going to come to this judgment that many of these cases are unwinnable and not in the public interest. And I'm beginning to see some signs that's the case. I haven't seen anything in your case yet, but if I can just maybe make that inquiry one more time, but I'll need until next week to be able to do that.
Okay, I'll be looking forward to what you are able to find out.
Yes, I'm very sympathetic. I think this is very frustrating to me that we find ourselves. Everybody has moved on from COVID, and we're dealing with a bunch of charges. And this is the thing I find very frustrating, is that it was a political decision that initiated this, but it can't be a political decision to end it. That's what I'm finding very frustrating about the whole thing.
I mean, if anything, it just shows that, our justice system is working, right? That's so silly to.
Have you ever considered of going public, like you promised at the very beginning that you're going to meet with us, pastors, and there's going to be dropping of the charges and recompensation? Have you considered meeting with us publicly and saying, hey, let's move forward and enough of this witch hunt?
Let me
Bro, they're
talk
all
to,
the same. I swear to God.
Rob about that. The problem is that that's how the Prime Minister got himself in such hot water, is because he was in a position where he asked the same questions that I did, and then his Attorney General said, actually, it is in the public interest, and we are going to prosecute. And then he kept trying to push her to make a different decision, and then he ultimately fired her, and it just blew up as a big political issue because it's just not. We just have these conventions in our system. So
Wait, what?
I am trying to stay within the lines of asking them the appropriate questions. And the
I don't
further we
think
get
that
away
happened.
from the original decisions, the harder it is, in my opinion, to make the case that this is in the public interest or that there's a reasonable likelihood of conviction. So let me talk with Rob. I do rely on him since he's a lawyer. I do rely on him to give me some sound legal advice to keep me out of the ditch. So I don't want to commit to anything until I know what is actually possible.
Yeah, okay.
It's unfortunate that I didn't understand the limitations. I thought we probably had the same power of clemency that they did in the U.S. I didn't understand we have a lot more limitations. I'm not a lawyer by training. And that's, I can tell you, it's been very frustrating for me over these last few months because you're not the only one. There are many others, doctors as well, that I'm fighting this internal battle on too.
But I was contacted by a lawyer, Leighton Gray, if I remember correctly, and he told me that he advised you that there is already a victory in a court with NDPers when they brought the masking, and based on that victory, you can stop the prosecution.
It wasn't the NDP that brought masks.
Based on the judge's decision. And he said in that circumstances, you would walk out as a hero without taking a political hit because you would rely on the judge's decision that has already been made.
So let me get Rob to listen. Sorry, we've just had sort of these competing days off. So I was away, then he's away, and I'm back, and he's not back yet. I did see that I had received a note from Leighton in December. So let me see what I can do to run that by somebody who has kind of some legal training, and I'll see. Because I can't quite figure out how I would use that, but maybe it'll be a bit more clear if I run that through with Rob. So just give me a few more days to circle back on this, and maybe Dr. Modry can connect us again next week.
Okay, so
I just point out one thing as well. I did see that communique from Leighton as well, and it did seem as though that there was precedent that you might be able to rely on. My only suggestion would be it might not be a bad idea, Premier, to connect Rob and Leighton together.
Wait, what?
And I think
What does
that
Jack Leighton have to do with
that
this?
would be quite helpful, I think, in this because, you know, like Arthur has just said, and you have, or you said, there are many others that are caught up in this, and I think there's a number of physicians that would love amnesty as well.
Fantastic. Let me circle back on that. As I said, Rob, I think is back on Monday. So,
Sure.
And we just had a very busy fall session. So let me see what I can do because I had hoped that some of these would have been vacated by now, and I'm sorry to hear what they're putting you through. So, Dr. Modry knows how to reach me. So we'll do this. We'll do this again when I've had a little bit more chance to talk it through with Rob.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Don't go away yet, Danielle. Okay. Arthur, I don't think is on the call, but let me do this. Let me hang up and call you right back. Do you have time to link in with Randy for a minute? Randy Royer?
The government had previously said that the premier asked and received briefings from the Justice Minister to get up to speed on files after taking office. In the recording, Smith assured Pelosi she would continue to push his case internally. You can just leave this to me, and I will make the request one more time. I'm very sympathetic, she added in the recording. It was a political decision that initiated this, but it can't be a political decision to end it. That's what I'm finding very frustrating. I mean, yeah, no duh. It's you know, he did a lot of fucking terrible shit, and the courts aren't generally swayed for like political things, right? For the most part, at least. During the conversation with Pelosi, Smith says she spoke with the Deputy Minister of Justice and let him know my dissatisfaction with the tactics the Crown prosecutors were using to pursue COVID-related charges. Specifically, she mentioned she protested the size and timing of prosecutors documenting disclosures. The Premier had said Justice Minister Tyler Jandro advised her she couldn't grant the amnesty she had previously promised to seek for those prosecuted under pandemic rules, and had no sway over charges or path of prosecutions. It's unfortunate that I don't understand the limitations, she said in the phone call. I thought we had the same power as ceremonially as we had in the US. This isn't America. Like, what? Bro, she is so fucking dumb. She had said that legal advice came shortly after she became premier, months before the Pelosi call. Smith has continuously denied that she and her office engaged in any inappropriate conduct regarding COVID prosecutions, which we know is a lie. Like, it's all over the place, man. Like, we know that she's fucking... As I have previously stated, I had my staff work with the Ministry of Justice to determine if anything could be done to grant amnesty for those charged with nonviolent, non-firearms COVID-related charges. Smith said on Wednesday in a tweet that referred to CBC News' reporting. As indicated previously in multiple interviews, I have received a legal brief from the Ministry of Justice recommending against pursuing amnesty further, as several matters involve this issue. And we are still before the courts. I have followed the advice. Pelosi decided to comment through his lawyer. When asked if the recorded conversation would affect Pelosi's criminal case, defense lawyer Sarah Miller said her client had no comment. CBC News obtained the call recording independently of the Alberta NDP, and at a news conference Wednesday, the NDP played the entire video of Pelosi talking to the Premier's call at a private residence. Irfan Sabri, the NDP's justice critic retaliated with his party's demands for an independent investigation into allegations of judicial interference by Smith and her staff. He has said there are many terrible aspects to the phone call, from her almost weekly discussions with the case with Alberta Justice and her speaking with Pelosi at all. It is deeply inappropriate for a premier to be having this conversation with someone facing criminal charges. Sabri said that she greets him with such admiration, says a lot about who Danielle Smith is. The premier said multiple times over the course of the 11-minute phone call she would make a further attempt to see what she could do, or what could be done about Pelosi's situation, promising a follow-up the next week after her top aide returned from vacation. Smith repeatedly mentioned that Rob Anderson, an executive director of the Premier's office, was her main official active on these prosecution files. Rob Anderson has been doing most of my work with justice in pushing this along, she said. In a statement, Anderson described CBC's pursuit of what he termed defamatory attacks as disgusting. Not surprising. My role on the file was to ask for a legal opinion from the Ministry of Justice on what options were available to grant amnesty for those facing nonviolent firearm-related COVID charges. Anderson wrote in a statement Wednesday, I obtained that legal opinion from the Ministry of Justice and provided it to the Premier as requested. CBC News has previously reported that sources had said the Premier and her office were constantly pushing Justice Department officials to intervene in COVID-related court cases, amounting to inappropriate pressure. Sources also said that a Premier's office staff member had contacted Crown prosecutors to challenge their assessment of an direct on case stemming from the Coutts border blockades and protests. CBC News has not seen the emails in question. I mean, yeah, of course. Why, like they wouldn't have had that. Otherwise, they would have released that as well. Smith has called for CBC to apologize and retract the story about the emails. Pelosi has been making extensive public appeals on social media for Smith to intervene in the case, and has said he was working through the political back channels trying to talk the UCP government to call off their dogs. Smith says on the call she believed it was her first time speaking with Pelosi. I had hoped that some of these cases would have been vacated by now, but I'm sorry to hear what they're putting you through, she told Pelosi. The host and apparent arranger of the phone call is Dennis Modry, a prominent critic of COVID measures himself, and now former head of the separatist group known as the Alberta Prosperity Project. He has mused recently about running as a UCP candidate in Edmonton, but not wind up doing so. wind up doing so. On the call, Smith was actually conversing with the leader of a rival conservative party. Last fall, Pelosi was chosen as the head of the Independence Party of Alberta, although the party announced late Tuesday they removed him as leader. I do not know. I didn't know I have the option to expect to start swaying your way because of the promises that were never fulfilled, Pelosi told Smith in the January phone call conversation. During the call, Smith said she is mindful of potential parallels to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's 2018 SNC Levelland scandal to address Alberta's as she addresses Alberta prosecutions. That's how the Premier or the Prime Minister got himself in such hot water, because he was in a position where he asked the same questions that I did. Smith said, yeah, that's what happened. The Federal Ethics Commissioner determined Trudeau had directly and through his senior officials and various means to exert influence on Jody Wilson Rayblad, his justice minister, to resolve the corruption and fraud case against Quebec-based infrastructure giant NSC Levelland Group Inc. Wilson Rayblad termed it a coincidence and sustained effort by many people within government to seek to politically interfere in the exercise to prosecutorial direction. Rayblad and a top Trudeau aide are among the many senior officials who resigned in saga of inappropriate political meddling in prosecutions. We have these conversations in our system, Smith concluded to Pelosi, so I'm trying to stay within the line and asking them what's the appropriate questions. The CBC's continued pursuit of its defamatory attacks on the Premier and her office staff in this matter is obviously disgusting. My role on file was to ask for a legal opinion from the Ministry of Justice on what options were available to grant amnesty for those facing non-firearm related COVID charges. I obtained that legal option or legal opinion may be from the Ministry of Justice and provided it to the Premier as requested. At no time have I contacted the Crown Prosecution Service regarding this or any other related matter, and to my knowledge, I do not recall speaking with anyone charged with ongoing COVID-related offenses. The CBC's and any other parties direct or insolent allegations to the contrary are defamatory and will be treated accordingly. So let's also move on to her announcement as well, or her post that she did. Later today, in the effort to continue their campaign of defamatory attacks against me, my office staff, Alberta Crown prosecutors and the conversation I had with an individual named Arthur Pawlowski during a live press conference in February 9th, 2022. She can't even get that right, bro. It wasn't even in 2022. It was 2021. Like, what? How do you get that wrong? I referenced this very conversation where Mr. Pawlowski expressed his frustrations to me with pandemic-related health orders. They should come as no shock, since I spent a lot of time before and during my leadership campaign talking to hundreds of Albertans about COVID-related public health orders and violations. As I have previously stated, I had my staff work with the Ministry of Justice to determine if anything could be done to grant amnesty for those charged with nonviolent, firearms COVID-related charges. I've also indicated previously in multiple interviews I received a legal brief from the Ministry of Justice recommending against pursuing amnesty for several several matters involving this issue were and still are before the courts. I have followed that advice. At no time have I spoken with anyone from the Alberta Crown Prosecution Service, nor, to my knowledge, have my office staff. Yeah, okay. Sure. Allegations to the contrary are defamatory and will be dealt with accordingly. Like, she's so, yeah, she's so fucking dumb. All right, let's move on to this.
The Prime Minister's Chief of Staff will soon be asked to reveal what she knew and when about Beijing's alleged election interference. The Prime Minister's office announced that Katie Telford agreed to testify just hours before a vote on a Conservative motion to compel her to appear. The NDP threatened to side with the Conservatives on that vote. So where does this leave the relationship between the Liberal government and the opposition party, keeping them in power? Jagmeet Singh is the leader of the New Democratic Party. I caught up with him this afternoon on Parliament Hill. Jagmeet Singh, thanks for the time.
My pleasure.
I've been speaking with some Liberals and Conservatives over the past couple of days, and they told me that things got pretty tense in the conversation about how you were going to vote yesterday and the ultimatum to ultimately allow Katie Telford to come testify at committee. How tense did things get with the Liberals?
Well, we laid an ultimatum. We wanted to make it very clear that they had to stop the obstruction, allow the witness to testify, or we would force them to do so.
But in your conversations with the party, did you ever get to a point where you felt your working relationship could be strained, could be damaged because of this particular issue?
Well, we want to continue to do our work to get things delivered for Canadians. Dental care is very important. That remains important. We want to be able to work to achieve that, but we also need to hold the government to account. We believe a public inquiry is the best path, but absent a public inquiry, Canadians need some questions answered. And that's the forum for it now.
Was there any point in your conversations with the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office, which I understand were quite frequent over the last several days, where you felt the confidence and supply agreement might dissolve? Was there any suggestion from the Liberals that might happen? Was there any threat from the New Democrats that you might pull out over this standoff?
I had no concern about us being able to move forward to deliver dental care and the important things, but we wanted to be very firm that Canadians deserve accountability. So we were firm. We wanted to make sure that that was known, that we were going to be firm, and that we expected the obstruction to end, and we expected the witness to be able to testify. So we made that very clear. So I was firm, but I also know that it's important for Canadians to have dental care. So I was walking a strong line of letting them know that what needed to be done, and also wanting to continue to deliver for Canadians.
Did you ever take from your conversations with the Liberals, from the senior staff, that potentially they might end the arrangement if you didn't side with them in this standoff with the Conservative motion?
That's not my understanding of the scenario. I wanted to be very clear that we were setting the standard. We were setting the groundwork. We were setting the ultimatum that this needed to happen. If it didn't happen, we would vote with the motion. If it did happen, if the obstruction stopped, we would be able to continue.
Okay, so the obstruction is stopped. The filibuster at the Proc Committee is over, and Katie Telford is going to testify. What do you hope to hear from the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff at the committee when she does testify?
The major question that Canadians have is what the Prime Minister's office knew, when they knew it, and what they did or didn't do about it when it comes to foreign interference. I still believe, again, that the best forum for these type of discussions is a public inquiry that's independent. Absent that, we're left with the committee option. But those are questions that Canadians want to know answers to, and we're going to make that happen.
You've seen the other witnesses at committee, cabinet ministers, senior advisors to the Prime Minister, senior deputy ministers who've all said there's limits to what they can say because of the Secret Information Act laws and national security considerations. How much more expansive do you think Katie Telford can be on dealing with these particular questions?
I think those are real concerns, and those are legitimate concerns. We wouldn't want to jeopardize the work of our national security forces by letting those that we're worried about, those threats to Canadian democracy and Canadian security, know how our forces operate. So there are absolutely going to be very important piece of information that should not be made public, that is very fair for those to remain confidential, and we'll be monitoring that very closely.
Right, but is there a specific question you think Katie Telford can ask that the others couldn't, given that she's bound by the same restrictions?
The concerns that Canadians have around what the Prime Minister's office knew or didn't know and what they did or didn't do with it, having someone who has the authority of the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister will provide some avenue perhaps to address that concern. Really, it's important for Canadians to know that steps are being taken, and I think this will go a long way towards letting Canadians know that this is being taken seriously.
So on the same day, we learned that the obstruction, as you call it, would end at committee, and Katie Telford would testify. We get the mandate, the terms of reference for David Johnston, the special rapporteur, and the work that he is going to do. We'll know by May 23rd whether or not he's going to recommend an inquiry. How satisfied are you with the latitude or lack of latitude that the former Governor General has been given on this file?
I think the mandate does address the concerns that we've had around what the Prime Minister's office knew, didn't know, and what they did or didn't do about it. That question is included in the mandate. The reporting requirement that it has to be to the public, has to be to the opposition leaders, that's positive. It does seem to be a broad mandate. It still falls short of a public inquiry, and that still remains our position. We need a public inquiry. The mandate does include the option for the special rapporteur to call for a public inquiry, so that is promising, but it doesn't satisfy our ultimate desire or ultimate wish to restore confidence in our democracy. We need a public inquiry.
So there's certainly a consensus amongst the opposition parties of the need for a public inquiry. The Liberals say they're leaving that to David Johnston, which is delegating the Prime Minister's judgment to an outside party. If on the 23rd, David Johnston says, we don't need an inquiry, I'm satisfied, I can get the answers, I'm satisfied, I can do the work, what do you do?
We continue to push for an inquiry. We believe that really is so important. And the reason is that for me, it's not about games. And with the Conservatives, I doubt if they truly want a public inquiry. We had an opportunity to vote on one yesterday, and they knew that that vote could happen, and they purposely blocked that vote on a public inquiry in Parliament yesterday. So they're not serious about a public inquiry, because for the Conservatives, this is a game, a high-stakes game. For us, it's not a game. There's other areas where we will attack the Prime Minister. I attack the Prime Minister on the fact that he's not been strong on for-profit healthcare. I believe he should be public. He thinks for-profit is okay. On this point, I don't want to score points. I want to find a way to protect our democracy.
But the confidence and supply agreement covers very specific things. And at the time that you signed this agreement, the question of Chinese government-backed interference in Canadian elections wasn't on the radar in Parliament. It is now. I mean, do you get to the point where you have to reconsider the whole confidence and supply agreement if you don't get this public inquiry that you say is so fundamental for Canadians to understand the integrity of their elections?
Well, that's not a decision we're making today, but we are going to continue to ramp up pressure. We're going to continue to push for questions in the House of Commons. We're going to push with motions that a public inquiry needs to be done, and we'll wait and see if the special rapporteur announces one or not. We still believe to restore confidence, having an independent and public process is very vital, and we'll see what happens with the next steps with the special rapporteur.
But how could you continue to have confidence and offer support to a government that wouldn't look into this in a way that you're comfortable with, given the stakes, given the severity of the allegations, and given the very real probability it's going to increase and escalate over time? How could you keep supporting a government that wouldn't give you that?
Well, we don't want an election. In this case, we actually want the truth. We want a public inquiry. We want to get to what happened, how expansive it is, and how we can prevent it. That can be achieved by pushing for a public inquiry. That is not achieved by triggering an election.
Right, but they could go
He's
back
right.
to the way it worked before the confidence and supply agreement. It wouldn't necessarily trigger an election if you pulled out, right? They'd have to deal with things issue by issue. It would make life more difficult for the Liberals and create an incentive to come to the idea that a public inquiry is the right path.
Well, we don't want to give up on the importance of having dental care. We know the Liberals would not do this without us. That's not something that they were planning on doing. In fact, they had voted against it. And millions of Canadians know that this will change their life, that seniors, people living with disabilities, children 18 and under, to be able to go into a dentist or hygienist's office and have their dental care needs taken care of, that is life-changing. And that's something that we don't want to give up on.
But is that dental care more important than the integrity of Canadian democracy if that becomes the trade-off? I mean, would you be willing to allow them to go without an inquiry to preserve the dental plan?
Well, that's not the trade-off that's happening. We're asking questions in committee. We have forced the Liberal government to bring a witness to the committee that they were not willing to do. We ended a filibuster. We've ended obstruction. So we are forcing the government to be accountable with the power we have. We are using our power effectively. The Conservatives have been useless in this, and we are the ones that are actually forcing accountability.
I mean, it's not surprising.
And we're going to continue
Conservatives
to
are
do that.
useless for
So I don't think
pretty much everything.
that's a false equivalency. There is no trade-off here. We're holding the government to account. We're the ones that are forcing that, and we're forcing the government to deliver for Canadians, to make a difference in their lives.
Okay, so there's a big week ahead. Just as a final point, we've got the U.S. president coming and then the budget next week. They seem committed on making progress on dental care to the next stage. There was also a signal or a declaration from the Deputy Prime Minister there will be help for people to deal with the cost of living. What do you want to see in the budget on Tuesday that will allow you to support it?
Expansion of the dental care program to be the full national program covering children 18 and under, seniors, and people living with disabilities as per our agreement, and something concrete to give people some help in this difficult time. The doubling of the GST rebate, putting more money in people's pockets, is something that we've fought for before, and we would like to see that continue. Those are some concrete things that can happen. We consider that very important and meaningful steps to helping Canadians, and these are steps that we would have forced the government to do.
Okay, Jagmeet Singh, thanks for your time.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, let's finish off with Candice Bergen. So, Candice Bergen has recently been has left the House of Commons, right? Former Conservative MP Candice Bergen has formally left the House of Commons, setting a clock ticking down towards a federal by-election in South Manitoba's Portage Messenger riding. Bergen, who announced her resignation from politics at the beginning of February, formally left office on February 28th, according to Elections Canada. In the absence of a general federal election, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau must announce a by-election in the Portage CGA by August 27th. The latest possible date to hold a by-election is in October 17th. Portage CGA is one of the most reliable Conservative seats in Canada. The Conservative Party has its forerunners have won every election in the ridings since it was created in 1997. This means whoever wins the Conservative nomination in the Portage CGA will be the overwhelming favorite to become the riding's next MP. So far, 5 people have declared their intentions to seek nominations. Former Manitoba PC Finance Minister Cameron Fraser, former Elmwood East Caledonian Conservative MP Lawrence Oat, former Friesen Assistant Liz Reimer, former Bergen campaign manager Brennan Lucier, and former Bergen volunteer Don Bushak. No nomination meeting date has been announced. In the absence of a general federal elections, Trudeau must announce a by-election in Winnipeg South Center by by June 11th. The latest allowed date to hold a by-election is on August 1st. Whoever wins the Liberal nomination in Winnipeg South Center has the strong chance of becoming the next MP for the Winnipeg riding, a reliable but not exclusively Liberal riding. Liberals have held the Winnipeg South Center for all but 4 years since the riding was created in 1988. Conservative Joyce Bitterman represented it from 2011 to 2015. So far, the only candidate to declare he's seeking the Liberal nomination for Winnipeg South Center is educator Ben Carr, the son of the late former PM for the riding Jim Carr. Charles Beaver has spoken from the Winnipeg South Center Liberal Riding Association, said no date has been set for the nomination meeting. I hope it's fairly soon because it takes 2 weeks to get through all the paperwork, he said. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Candace Bergen has signed to the co-chair of Manitoba Progressive Conservative election campaign weeks after resigning from her seat in the House of Commons. Bergen, who was a member of Parliament for Portage-Cloutier for 15 years, says she aims to unite the provincial Tories in advance of the election scheduled for October 3rd. Damn, bro, that's October 3rd is when our election's gonna be. Going to be wild. I would say the role I'm playing now is reaching out in terms of bringing people together, bringing all the different coalitions that make up our party together, and standing behind the leader, Bergen said in an interview Tuesday. Opinion polls suggest Bergen faces an uphill battle. The governing Progressive Conservatives have trailed the opposition New Democrats in polls for 2 years, a trend that began when hospitals were struggling to deal with the surge of patients during the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. The numbers did not improve when Brian Pallister resigned as premier in the fall of 2021 and was replaced by Heather Stephenson. The latest poll from Probe Research earlier this month suggests Tory support has nudged up a little, but is still below that of the NDP, especially in Winnipeg, where most of the legislature seats are. I think folks in Winnipeg have been disappointed with some of the decisions, certainly under a previous premier, Bergen said. So I think that as they continue to get to know Heather and understand the kind of woman she is, the kind of leadership that she brings, I think we can earn that support. Bro, Heather Stephenson is the most disliked premier in all of Canada, man. like, no one fucking wants her around. Like, chances are she's going to be voted out. Like, she's just fucking awful, man. Bergen managed the Manitoba campaign for the federal Conservatives under Stephen Harper in 2004. She was elected to the House to the Commons in 2008. She served as interim Conservative leader after Aaron O'Toole was ousted by caucus members in February of last year. She helped heal divisions within the federal party, partially by withdrawing O'Toole's support for carbon pricing. Stephenson has opposed the backstop carbon price that the federal government has imposed on Manitoba for some other provinces that have not implemented their own system. I mean, yeah, that's why it was there. Bergen's time in Parliament was not without controversy. Bergen accused Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of dividing the country by pushing for COVID-19 vaccine mandates, saying in one of her remarks as interim leader that he needed to extend an olive branch to demonstrators. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, no, fuck that. As the protests against COVID-19 measures and the federal government dragged on, however, she delivered an address to the House in which she asked those refusing to budge to move their vehicles. In 2021, a photo was circulated on social media that showed Bergen wearing a hat with "Make America Great Again," a slogan used by former President Donald Trump. That's not surprising. Bergen said on Thursday that the hat was not hers, and she put it on for a while at a restaurant in her monastery 5 years ago. Somebody asked me, "Hey, put it on, let's get a picture," Bergen said. Yeah, totally. I totally buy that bullshit. Knowing what I know now about what that means, I certainly would never have put it on, and I wish I hadn't, because it doesn't in any way represent me or what I believe in. Yeah, sure. Such a fucking liar. Okay. And with that, and stream. So, well, thanks everyone for hanging out and whatever. And yeah. Hopefully I can do some more coverage soon. Didn't get around to the Restrict X stuff that I wanted to do, but whatever. It's fine. So yeah, I'll see everyone later.